action, pumping and dumping, manipulate the market, flooded from the darknet, flooded from the deep web, keep it a secret. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent.
Okay, so wow, that fan is loud. We're just gonna check to make sure that the audio is working. Okay, so it seems like the audio is working. Hello, Mark Ivor. I'm not sure if you're the only one here, but I'm happy to have you in the chat. This is going to be a very long, in-depth stream, so bear with me. I'm going to say that a couple of times. There's also going to be a couple of breaks because I'm going to definitely need water for this. So hello, everyone out there on the interwebs, and let me actually turn down my volume here. I think I've had it's too loud. Let's see, it's a better volume. There we go. So anyhow, welcome everyone out there. This is Sidpeockt. That's what people call me on the interwebs. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. Hello out there, Nope. That's the actual person in the chat. No, I didn't just say nope for no reason. We are actually. Let me take these headphones off. There we go. That will help me concentrate better, do the echo on my end. I'm the guy with the crazy hair. People call me Sidpeockt. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. That is a computer hacker and hobbyist group located out in Jersey City, New Jersey, or New Jersey, as the outdated lingo goes. We normally meet the third Friday of every month, and next month we'll be meeting October 16th. And if you want to know more details about what we do and some of the other shows, including Hack Alt and Commander next week, and a special thing that I'm also going to save for the end for tomorrow, you can go to our website at defcon201.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, which is defcon201nj, or if you go to our website, and thank you, MacGyver, for following. Wow, we already have a follow. I'll explain why we started off late in a moment, but thank you. And if you go on to most social media, Instagram, GitHub, eventually we might go back to TikTok, we'll see. But yeah, we're all over the place. If you do like a DuckDuckGo search of DEFCON 201, you'll pretty much find us everywhere. And thank you, Curtis SD, for following. Why is everyone following now? Holy crap. So I watched, now this is the first time I think we've ever been like late to Crypto Barrons. We're usually late on my other show, The Master of Unlocking. And this time what it is because seriously, this is going to be one of the most, you're all going to enjoy yourselves. For anyone who likes to watch us at DEFCON 201 suffer, you're going to really enjoy this because this is going to be one of the most in-depth topics I've done in a while. And funny enough, while we are going to look at some code, this is not even the most code-intensive thing I have brought up. There's going to be future difficult things, but basically I'm covering about 7 to 8 different cryptocurrencies, and all of them have completely different methods on security, involving a lot of math and concepts and crazy stuff. I have a separate browser full of show notes, and I really wish this wasn't water instead of alcohol. That might happen later on the stream, we'll see. But for those who are new to this show, I stream this the second and fourth Saturday of every month. This is called Crypto Barrons. When you usually look up cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies on the internet, you often are told about the market caps and the communities and the rise and fall and DAO and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm going to try to do, as someone who's not great at math, I'm going to try to do math as best as I can. But, so like I said, when you usually look up cryptocurrency stuff, it's usually all just like marketing stuff, which is a lot, even with white papers, there's a lot of snake oil stuff in there, and investors and marketing and crap like that. On this show, what we like to do is we like to look at cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies, but look at them as technologies. So we look about what their methodologies are, how they implement them. If they have code, we try to run that code as code, which we'll be doing in a little bit later, explaining the math behind it, the hacks, the ups and downs, and etc. And so it said, we get out our notepads. I'm not sure if we're going to go that heavy, but there will be equations, and there'll be a lot of Alice and Bob, so get used to me saying the word Alice and Bob a lot. It's going to be to the point where I should have just two puppets named Alice and Bob talking, so that's basically what our show is going to be about today. So I'm going to get right into it, and I will warn, there will be a couple of breaks during this program. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the longest streamed Crypto Barrons. That's part of the reasons why I have so many tabs open and notes and a VM running and all sorts of crazy stuff, including again, I'm going to have to take multiple breaks during this. It's just really intensive. That's why it took so long. And I tried to initiate something with DLive, and I'm going to see if it works during one of the breaks. If not, I'm going to try a different method. And also, if you like the show content, you're going to see the show content in a moment, or any of the other programs, or you just want to get notifications from when we're going to stream, which is October 16th. We have so much going on in October, you have no idea. But if you want to be caught up on that, you can hit that bell, hit follow, like, share, subscribe on any of the 3 platforms if you're choosing Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. I can also officially say that at some point we are going to unfortunately stream on Facebook. Not Facebook Gaming, thankfully, but on Facebook with our Facebook group. We're still working out and ironing out the kinks to that. But yeah, as you saw with the 2 follows, if you do follow any of those platforms, I will see who's doing it and be all excited, and you get to see me do stupid things, including this. This is what it's going to feel like tonight, trust me. And that's going to be a meme gif, I know that is. But what was I getting to? So yeah, no, we appreciate when you subscribe to us. Also note, we're going to end this stream as we normally do. If you're on Twitch, we're going to raid someone else's channel as usual by the end of this, and I would not be surprised if we go at midnight or past midnight, because this is going to be And on DLive, we always try to distribute lemons. So if you're on DLive and you stick to the end, we are going to hit that distribute button, and if you are there, you should get a nice amount of lemons for your stream. And if you like us, send lemons, ice creams, diamonds, and right now everyone on Twitch and YouTube's confused what they mean. It's kind of like if you're familiar with Twitch and like the bit system, that's what it's like, but with cryptocurrency. So you can do that, or just send us BTTs directly, or Tron tokens. That would be nice. You can also do that through DLive. We get notifications for everything. So before going on, let's look at the chat. The moment of pure joy when you close all your Stack Overflow tabs. Oh yeah, no. Funny enough, believe it or not, Stack Overflow is not going to be featured on today's stream. This is more of a lot of white papers, a lot of GitHubs, a lot of charts and graphs. There's a lot of what the charts say. If you get that reference from Channel Awesome, that's going to be this thing. And so now that I'm rocking the blockchain and debating if the chain on this, actually literal chain, is actually giving me like an allergic reaction, which would be ironic as heck. Let's get right into this episode, because this is like a band-aid. I'm just gonna rip it off and we're gonna see how it goes. And if I sound stupid, which I am, or you can't hear me, or I'm too loud, or if you have any questions when I'm going over any sort of that sort of stuff, let me know in chat. If you also want to shout out or ask about my crazy hair, the blockchain, some of the methods going on, what hacking is, our group, how's your day and stuff. My day was mostly okay. A lot of it, I pretty much spent all this day and most of the week setting up for the show, by the way. I've been good, but this is a lot. You're going to see what I mean. You just let me know in chat. Otherwise, I'm going to assume when you're lurking that you're just listening and learning. And so the last thing I'm going to look at with chat for now is I've never ever considered adding Bitcoin donation wallet to my Twitch channel. We are eventually actually going to do that. We actually are eventually going to, and I'm building it right now, like a scroll bar at the top, like CNN scroll bar, and sort of all the sad news going on in the United States, because there's a lot of it. We are going to put all of our cryptocurrency wallets. Also, if you'd like to donate us some cryptocurrency, I have a Konomi wallet. It features almost everything. So if you want to donate, let me know what cryptocurrency you want to donate, and I can show you the QR code and put the wallet in the chat. But we're going to take one more sip of water, and let's get into this. Hey, Yakubi6161. This is going to be a long-ass stream, but again, as I said, if you're on DLive and you stick to the end, we should be distributing a bunch of lemons, so just stay tuned. So without further ado, I'm going to shrink myself, move myself to that corner, and we're going to open up the browser and get through this, because it's going to be a lot of stuff. Let's see, do we have a repo for coding? Yes. Actually, I can't check right now because we're running the stream, and literally at one point, right before I streamed, OBS crashed and I had to restart it, and that added like 8 more minutes to why I was late. So normally, if you're on Twitch, if you scroll down, it should have our GitHub there linked to DEFCON 201. If not, I'm gonna type it right in chat. It's really simple. It's also on our website at defcon201.org, but let me type it in chat. hub.com/defcon201. So that's the link to our GitHub that also let us know that we're all streaming correctly. Okay, so let's put some shrinkage, because we're covering blockchain. I can't think of more dudes that suffer from shrinkage than people covering cryptocurrencies. I'm going to put myself in this corner over here as I should, or as you could say, the side pocket. Ha! And then we're going to get on. No more procrastination. No more masturbation. This is going to be a long, long nap. I'm probably going to look at it. Ah, God, I'll never get used to that. I'm probably going to look as insane, because I'm really hoping that the next Archvile Linux perspective, which would be 2 weeks from now, that would be, if my computer's fast enough to open up the stream thing, that should be on October 8th, if I did the calculations correctly. I actually hope G.I. Jack, that's our other co-founder, covers statistical stuff, because I'm not kidding when I say that he, when I recently found him, we've been both, the wrong thing. We've been both in the same, why is that coming up? Hang on. Let me look at properties here. We were both in the same kit and caboodle here. There we go, that's the proper one. Where I've been doing cryptographical math, and he's been doing like crazy statistical math. And when I checked in on him, I swear to God, I thought behind him was like newspaper articles and red string, and because he's the hair and like the death stare, and like that's all he was doing for 10 hours. So we are very on the edge of stuff right now. So yeah, Mech, let me know if on our streaming page, if you scroll below, if it links to DEFCON 201, because there should be a GitHub portal. If not, I will attempt to fix that on one of the breaks and pray nothing crashes, because we're going to be covering a lot here. We're going to be covering, by the way, this is our website, DEFCON 201, if you click on it. Let's count how many cryptocurrencies. We're going to go, I think in this order, we're going to be covering Dash. Basically, the theme for this episode, I should probably start that off. What we're doing this episode is something I've been planning for a while, which is, okay, good. Is that, and we're going to clean it up soon and also reconfigure it to Hacktoberfest, which I'll explain that near the end of the stream. But, oh my God. So, this is an episode I've been planning for a while, which is us going into, like, I titled it Mimblewimble, and I'll explain what the heck that supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bullshit word is. But I've been wanting to do an episode where we cover, not all, because there's a lot now. It's become a snake oil term in itself. But all the, like, I would consider major and unique cryptocurrencies that are focused on privacy use. Yeah, and so it's going to be a lot of different coins, and each of these coins have different purposes. Some of them share techniques, but they often use completely different techniques for different things. There's also kind of an evolution of security over time on stuff, and I'm going to try to go through them all, and I think we're going to go through this order. We're going to be covering the Dash, aka the Dash network, ZCash, Zcoin, Monero, Privix, I think you pronounce it, and I'm still trying to adjust my volume levels here because I'm very loud. There we go. I think that's it. There we go. All right, that should be enough without it blowing your ears off, because I'm good at blowing people. But anyhow, so Privix. So we're already up to 5. Grin, Ravencoin, and I think it's pronounced Nimic. I call it NimIQ, but Nimic. Cool, you have the hoodie. If anyone's ever been to the DEFCON Monero village, their new village at DEFCON, they also had virtual one this year, let me know, because we covered that in a previous episode where we talked about all the stuff that went on DEFCON safe mode. But yeah, so we're covering 8 cryptocurrencies, and all of these have completely different methods, and I think we're going to cover like 2 or 3, and then we're going to do our first water break, because I'm out. Let's do this. So, before we get into everything, as I switch into browser mode, and you can kind of see the hint of these are a lot of tabs. I don't have a specific slide for this, but let me explain why, what's this whole privacy deal about. So, we hear about Bitcoin. Let's go to it because that is like the almighty god of like all the cryptocurrencies. Even when folded in half, it is like the James Cameron of cryptocurrency, where everyone wants it to fail, but it doesn't, because everyone and their mom is plugged into it. It's kind of like capitalism in the United States. It's all crazy. So the thing about Bitcoin is that it popularized the term. It wasn't probably the first, but it popularized the term cryptocurrency. And you know, you have the word crypto in it, and they do use cryptographic techniques in order to try to secure in the best way it could at its time the actual blockchain itself from manipulation and attacks, mainly through cryptographic hash functions in the individual blocks and referencing those functions to try to make what's a chain and thus also keep it secure, because, as the popular saying goes, the weakest link in a chain is the link on the weakest point on the chain. So that tries to avoid that. However, there's a misnomer that just because you're using a cryptocurrency means that all of your transactions are secure. Like, I could go on to, like, the dark web and look up, like, I don't know, balloonfuckers.onion, even though that's not the way the URLs work, and, like, get some skeevy balloon products that only perverted people in Russia sell, and I send them Bitcoin, and somehow I am NSA Pentagon proof, and no one will ever know that I purchased from the Balloon Fuckers website. That, unfortunately, is not the way that works. The whole reason why, one of the reasons why, honestly, Bitcoin is really reliable to some degree, or core reliable, is because it is a public ledger. That means when you send a transaction, you can look that up on the chain. Anyone can. You don't even have to have a wallet. You can go look it up, and it will list who you were as the wallet, who sent you Bitcoin, and who you sent it to, and how much. And depending on the way the blockchain works, it also might list either the websites you were purchasing from or the exact product that you purchased for. It's like a receipt. It's a giant public receipt that's strung together in a giant database. So what that means is when you send a Bitcoin transaction, unless you do added functions, and even then there's a certain limit, because just like the New York Metro subway system, since Bitcoin was one of the first blockchains out there, along with Litecoin and Ethereum and a couple of others, that means it wasn't designed for some of the stuff that we're going to get into now. You can easily reverse transactions, and that happens a lot. There's a lot of people that spend various Satoshis on things that they probably shouldn't be buying on the internet in the first place, which I don't recommend, although we're going to get into how you would actually probably do that in a future episode. And people do that, and then they get busted by, like, you know, the pedo hunters, and then wonder why the pedo bear hunters found them, and that's because these are public ledgers. In fact, for example, at Litecoin, and we'll get into that later, a lot of them are also designed for speed, because Bitcoin, which we'll also get into, is notoriously slow. So, yeah, if you're using Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and stuff on the dark web, or any sort of thing, and you're, like, trying to go around the fact that you're purchasing Afro whores from your wife can find out. In fact, it's probably even easier than if she looked at the friggin' bank account with fiat money. So that's the issue there, which is why over the past couple of years, the concept of more privacy-conscious coins and techniques have cropped up over time. And we're going to go through 2, maybe 3 of them first and go on break, and we're just going to eat through all of these as much as we can. With the not the first, I don't think, but it's probably the most well-known, is Dash. I'm actually shocked the website load, because it's a really bloated, it's like New York Times website. You can notice that Dash is really professional looking. And you know, they have their own this, and they're very bank professional. Now, here's a fun question. I'm going to ask this in chat, and I'm going to give you folks like 2 minutes to answer this, because I know there's a bit of lag. Why is Dash called Dash? I think it's hilarious because for some reason a lot of people don't know why Dash is called Dash. And when I'm going to explain why it's called Dash, you're going to die laughing. Does anyone in chat know why it's called Dash? I'm going to give you guys 1 more minute, and I'm going to explain why Dash is called Dash. Because people think it's an acronym, which is a hint that each letter is like meaning a word, like, you know, decentralized asynchronization Satoshi hemorrhoid or something like that. But it's a lot simpler than you think. Anyone in chat? Anyone? I'm gonna start doing the Jeopardy theme. Actually, it's the final Jeopardy theme. Yes! Yes, merch. It's that simple. I always tell people, because they get confused. I'm like, Dash means digital cash. Digital cash. Take out digital and the C in cash and make them kiss. Dash. that is how far they sort of went with this. Anyhow, Dash's whole thing is it was. I'm going to mention this later because it's escaped my brain right now. But it used to be a completely different type of coin system name, and then they came to Dash. And Dash's whole thing is they want to position themselves as like the coin that everyone uses. The reason why they're called digital cash is because they mean it. They are going after. They want to. Their ideal is they want to replace like USD or yuan or rubles or pesos or whatever. They want to be truly the digital global cash of the world. And there's many different ways that they do this. They have a lot of different developers and documentation on how to implement their cryptocurrencies as storefronts. They have huge communities, master nodes, mining guides. They spend a lot in press. You can probably tell by the fanciness of their website, like how much money and resources they've pumped in. They even have like a section here which will hopefully load where they'll actually load up a map and stuff of like all the different businesses that you could look into to spend your stuff, and they're really regressive, that too, but aggressive on expanding what it is. Yeah, and we're gonna get into that. So it's not, if I remember correctly, Dash is not centralized in the traditional. It's not centralized as like the cryptocurrency. I believe it is a decentralized chain, but in terms of like the foundation that runs it, they really shape the platform. So it's not as, like, which has its good and benefits, because as we all know, for example, with Bitcoin, is the Bitcoin community argues so much that's why there's 8 million different, everyone remembers Bitcoin Cash separating from Bitcoin, and now there's even separations of Bitcoin Cash in of itself, never mind Bitcoin, and it goes crazy. That does not really happen to Dash because the community and the institution that governs it really governs it. But they were the first to do a type of security measure because, again, they're trying to compete with cash. And there's a thing about cash where, at least in person, well, not only does banks do a bunch of security obfuscation. This is why I need water. I'm going to do the last droplets here. With your money transactions, but in person, the main advantage for cash is that I can give you $5 on the street and you take it. And besides anyone else who happens to look at us, no one will know that we just did that exchange. So they want to replicate that online. So what they have done is they've implemented a program called Private Send. Now that's the thing I forgot about. Initially, Dash was called Darkcoin because of its Private Send features. And then they changed over to Dash because they kind of cleaned up and got a new suit and want to be more professional. And Private Send is basically an option that will send your coins more anonymously. It's not, and again, here's the over thing about security. It's not, you don't want to just use one method. Like in this case, like Private Send is really just the end of Dash's security, which is why it's going to be probably the quickest coin outside of PivX that we're going to cover. But you want to do multiple really sound, good documented techniques in order to help stuff. So, for example, just having an ad blocker, any old ad blocker, is not going to help you with, like, for example, web browser privacy and security. You don't just want any ad blocker, because some of those ad blockers, like AdBlock Plus, screw over your privacy because they actually sell out to their own companies. You want probably the best ad blocker, which in my opinion is uBlock Origin, because it's open source and does a really good job and gives you a lot of controls. But then you also want HTTPS everywhere. You want Privacy Badger. You want a cookie eater. You want all these sort of things, and that sort of network, as our co-founder runs by, because he's doing chef mode right now. Hopefully, like, more chef from South Park and less Julia Child, whatever. What was it? I just lost my train of thought. It just went by. It's like NJ Transit. It got delayed. See, this is how long this topic's going to be. But, no, you want multiple, like, trusted methods to make a web of security. Yes, thank you for using uBlock. If anyone wants the URL for uBlock, I can share it later. We're actually using, if I can open this bar here, uBlock is right here, and this is kind of the interface if you ever want to even deal with it. So, Dash only has Private Send, but again, this was one of the earliest type of security features for our cryptocurrencies, so, you have to start somewhere. And basically what it's going to do, and this is why we're probably covering it the least, is it's using a method that we're going to cover the next episode, which I'll reveal the topic of at the end. That is basically Private Send is a fancy way of what's called mixing coins. And essentially what you're doing here is again, imagine that you have like a giant like wheel, like one of those like cement mixers or whatever, or like one of those prize wheel things, you know, like at like bingo, that has all the number balls on there. And like you want to be able to do $5 without anyone knowing that you have $5. So what you do is there's already a bunch of money in here, and so you open the thing, you throw your $5 in, and then you mix it, and then you open it, and you take out $5, and then you send it over. So you still got and paid $5, but no one knew that that was your personal $5, because when they trace it back, it just goes to the mixing system. That's in a very, very simple way, kind of how the whole thing works. And as they claim, it gives you supposedly the same private properties as cash withdrawal from an ATM, because it's a similar thing what they do at banks, where they basically send the transactions with a bunch of other transactions that have no headers on them, so that they don't know when they intercept a transaction, when they trace it back to like Bank of America. They don't necessarily trace it back to you. And that's basically, and we're going to cover coin mixing next episode, because the topic of the next episode, this is going to be like one of the core ways you're going to be able to use various cryptocurrencies on said platform, but we'll get that reveal into that. And the thing about private send and this mixing is it's built right into the wallet. As you can see, there's the instructions here. This is going to be the least amount of wallets on here. We are going to get into code and stuff in a moment and cross our fingers that it works, because no code ever works on this show. I say that and then it'll probably work. But yeah, and here's another thing to note also, and this is going to be something I'm going to be repeating. You have to enable private send in Dash. You can't do private send by default. If you just send Dash on its network, you'll be able to see all the transactions that are going on that network. If you have to actually enable private send in order for it to work. So that's the whole thing. But as you can see, you can go into the menu here, and next to the private send, you use a value between 1 and 16, and it performs a type of mixing functions. The higher numbers increase your overall level of privacy while decreasing your chance of detection, and it's also probably more complicated. If I remember correctly, takes longer. And then you enter the amount that you want to be mixed. So you clicked OK, and then then you do the start mixing here. You enter your password, because in order to do this, you have to have your wallet encrypted and your Dash account set up. You can monitor your mixing, and then once the mixing is done, you can then send that coin to anyone via the private send. They also have a variant of this called an instant send, which basically, one of the reasons why Dash picked up in popularity was because they used a modified version of the system in order to send Dash really freaking fast through its own system, which was a miracle godsend even now, because of how long it takes for Bitcoin in order to do the transaction, especially back then before Hath, where it could take like a lot of minutes. Like it could take like half an hour, depending on what system you use in order to send. You could send Dash in like a minute, maybe even under a minute. So that was a huge thing. And if you hear something in the background, we're not on fire. That's G.I. Jack washing dishes, because a bunch of hackers live together. This is what happens. So that's all I'm going to cover with Dash. Now, the next thing we're going to get into, and this is where my brain starts hurting, is ZCash. And we're going to be actually covering two different things in here. If you see any cryptocurrency with Z, and we're going to be covering mainly here ZCash and Zcoin, but almost anything that you see with a Z in it, like Dragon Ball Z, they're going to be using a certain technique here. But this is Zcash. Previously, we actually had a fan of ours send us a bunch of Zcash while we're on the show, so that was really cool. So thank you to, I believe it's Script Kitty, that's her actual handle, don't ask, for the Zcash. That helped us a lot. And the reason why Zcash is interesting, and it's still traded and used, but not as much as it used to be on the dark web. I would say it's one of the... Oh, thank you, Nilo Khan, for subscribing to us, I'm assuming on Twitch, because the text is green. Thank you so much for that. I hope you're enjoying all the information here. If you have any questions, as well as everyone else in chat, if I'm too loud, too silent, if you're wondering about my blockchain or my crazy hair or any of the concepts I'm talking about, please ask in chat. There's a little bit of a delay because I have a separate screen here that's streaming. But please let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning, as I say. And if you want to know more information about us, you can, again, hit that like, subscribe, and share button, as well as go to our website. It should be over, I think, that way at defcon201.org. And we're also on Twitter at defcon21nj and defcon21 on most other stuff. But let's get back into this. So there's a bunch of different pieces of technology, and there's one core one we're about to cover of why ZCash is friggin' awesome. Why it's called ZCash. And the main technology that it helped escalate and purport is ZK Snarks. Now, that kind of sounds like a Twitch streamer name, right? ZK Snarks. Like, yo, it's like Ninja and Shroud and Dr. Disrespect and ZK Snarks. Like, it sounds like one of that. But what the heck is a ZK Snark? Like, what and why and where are we going here? Well, the ZK stands for zero knowledge. And there's a whole concept in cryptography, so we're going to get into this, called zero knowledge proof. And basically, zero knowledge proof is the idea that I can know that you have something, but instead of directly like looking into your pockets to find the thing, I can use other factors to prove with a high success rate, that's the key, that you have the thing. So it's kind of like the way light works, where you're not seeing things, you're like seeing light bouncing off of things. This is the same way. So instead of knowing you have the Zcash, seeing the transaction, I instead look at other factors to see, this is a verified transaction, but I never saw the actual transaction. I didn't see what you bought or who was sending it and receiving it. I just know there was a transaction that was sent and it's a legitimate transaction. That's the concept of zero knowledge proofs. There's so many different applications for this in not only cryptocurrency, but in a lot of cryptography. That's what I try to do on the show. Which you'll be seeing future episodes, I'll be studying certain cryptocurrencies just to introduce you to other computing and hacking concepts that you didn't think about. Wait for, particularly, November is going to be a really fun one, where we're going to explore a whole dark net just because of one thing. And also next episode, but I'll get to that in a moment. The common one, and I'm going to say, yeah, sure as cat meat, all cams are razors. See, that's why I like the topics. Thank you, McGyver. That's also a great description if you both get those references here. I'll tell you the one that usually most people describe it as, and it's kind of weird because I don't want to do ableism and stuff like that. So just warning, I'm not making fun of a group of disabled people or whatever. This is literally the classical method of how they describe this, so it's going to make sense, but I apologize because I don't mean to offend anyone. This is literally the terminology that's used. So let's say we're going to talk about our favorite subject on DEFCON 201 right now for a minute. Let's talk about balls, okay? Just big honkin' balls. And I'm going to go to the Wikipedia page for this because you can briefly, which I'll get into in a moment, look at all the math equations for how zero knowledge proof works. So I have two balls like I do, and they're huge and massive, and ladies love them. And one of them is red, and one of them is, normally they say green, but let's make this the Matrix and make it blue. You know, you have two choices. You take the blue balls, you stay in incel and you believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red ball, you hang out at DEFCON 201 and you see how cool you can get. Like one of those two things. So as a person who can recognize color, obviously, I know that one is a red ball and one is a green ball. However, if I handed my balls to someone else and they hold my balls and fondle my balls, see, this is where the education comes in, and they're colorblind, all they see is two balls. They don't know what color they are. So how does the person who's colorblind know that there are two different colored balls instead of two balls that are the same color? Well, what you can do is go to a group of people who we have confirmed beforehand can see color. And what you can do is put our balls behind his back, switch them between their hands or not switch them, then bring around and then publicly assess were they different or did he switch them? Are they the same or did he switch them? And people will be like, if he took the red ball, blue ball, went around, it's red ball, blue ball, they'll be like, no, those are the same, that's the same color. And when, he puts it behind his back, he switches them around, it's blue ball and red ball, they'll be like, no, that's a different color. Now, how does it make sense? Well, basically, he knows because everyone else can see color but him, that the balls are two different colors. So he's verified that these are both balls because he can see that they're balls and that they're two different colors. But he's colorblind, so he doesn't know which color the balls are or which one is which color, although he could probably determine that by constantly switching and verifying. But he does know that they're balls and that they're two different colored balls. So without knowing what color they are or what color is per se, he can still determine that not only does he have two spherical objects in his hands, but that they are different colors despite them looking the same. And that's basically kind of how zero proofs work. Again, using outside stuff and like elements, you're basically looking at someone's shadow to confirm that a person is there. That's kind of a good way of describing it. That's zero proofs. There's a bunch of math involved, and there's many different types. There's one equation for the completeness of it, and then there's one separate one for the soundness of it, and then there's another variant known as a multi-theorem one, which we're not even going to get into this episode. But the two main ones, which is where the completeness and the soundness comes in at here to prove and verify, is there's an active one and a non-active one. Now, most cryptocurrencies use a non-active one because, one, it makes sense for, as we've seen in the first, what we're talking about in the first episode, usually in a blockchain, unless you're Libra from Facebook, staring at you and sad Zuckerberg. Zucker. So, that the way the ledger works is that everyone has a copy, and then everyone kind of compares the notes and math on each ledger, the cryptographical hashes and the computations, and that's how they know everyone's on the same page. So all the transactions, doing that meme of good job, bro. It would suck if, kind of like with Bitcoin, if in order to do this zero proof knowledge, to just ground all transactions to a halt and do this sort of verification system and do the AO. So instead of doing an active one, they usually do a passive or non-active one. And Zcoin is no different on that. Let me remember how the whole thing works. So here's kind of how Zcoin's thing works in a nutshell here for ZSnark. And actually, let me go back a bit to kind of fully explain the full name. So the full name is ZSnark. So the ZK stands for zero knowledge. It means zero knowledge proof. The full name is zero knowledge dash succinct non-interactive. Remember how I said interactive? This is non-interactive argument of knowledge, which basically sounds like every Reddit forum. Like I would say, an argument of knowledge is like if Vim or Emacs is the better of the two, which the real answer is every single text editor sucks ass because nobody knows what UIX is. So the succinct type is quick. That's the other reason why they did this. They want this to be every cryptocurrency out there pretty much, unless there's a specific sort of set functions, want to be faster than Bitcoin. So that's why it's using a succinct type, and it's using non-interactive consensus so it doesn't grind everything to a halt. And the particular way that ZCash does it is there's a computation, then this is where I start going and saying an algebraic circuit, an R1CS, QAP, linear PCP, and then the interactive proof that's also linear, and we have our ZSnark. So let's go over this. I'm going to try to go over this math as best as possible. Jeez, do I have anything left in here? God, I wish this was vodka. Alright. Here we go. So, first you do a base computation. That's the computation point. In Zcash, this would, if I remember correctly, that is the cryptographic hash itself, but we're just going to use this equation of valuation, or y, and then x. Basically, we're doing a return in which it will equal basically 3. And so then the first thing you're going to do is flattening, where we take the original equation or code, which may contain a lot of complex statements and expressions, and basically do some math to, yes, I can drop the link in the chat. As soon as I'm done explaining this, I can, if you need requests for any of the links, because most of these are browser tabs, I'm going to go through this. And you take that sequence and you figure out what are the repeating forms, and then you simplify that down to a process that you can then put in a matrix and column and row, and that's what flattening is. No, thank you for interrupting again. If I'm too loud or too soft, or you don't get a concept, or you're distracted by my blockchain and good looks or bad looks or whatever, please let me know in chat. Thank you very much for that. Otherwise, again, as I say, lurk and learn. So we took our cryptographic equation up here, that's y equals 3, and now we're going to flatten it, where we're taking each piece and making it its own exact calculation, so that we don't have any redundancies, like, you know, the way with language, where when we say, like, oh, you over there, well, who's you, and what's an over there, and like, this makes it so that it puts it all into a grid system. So now that you flattened it, now they're going to use what's known as a rank run constraint system, which will now figure out how we can take that logic and basically put it into these row ranks. That's kind of the equation that I'm not going to go into right now, because I'm trying to save my brain for later on when I explain Mimblewimble, of how we've taken the previous equation here at the top and then taken each bit of its math and put it into rows and columns, and that way we still get that result. And instead of one constraint, you're going to have many constraints, one for each logic gate. That's how we're going to row and column it. So you provide the variables, and then you set up the different gates. So there's going to be an A, B, and a C. And so we go through the first gate with the math. You see that the 3's contain the second position, the 9th, and the 4th position. And that's how it breaks down. That's how we get to the second position, which will be 49. And then we get to the second gate, and it's similar in style to the first product check, which was that equation that was up here when we flattened it. We broke down that piece, which is the actual multiplication part of the equation. And now it's going. It's kind of like the way Tor onion routing works, where we go through a different router. We're basically doing this, but with math. So we put it in the third gate, where now it's multiplying the first element with the second element, then by its fifth element, and that will give two different results, and then we can check those results together, get an outcome, and then finally, we put it through the fourth gate, in which you're evaluating the last checkout, and then that dot product of the 6 elements, so we do the last second bits of elements, which is the fifth and sixth elements, and compare that to the first elements that we got, and now we have our R1CS with its 4 constraints, which are these numbers, and you can compute this yourself because I hate math. So now that you have your R1CS, and now you're going to convert it into its QAP form, which is the same math, except instead of using dot products, instead of using flat real computational numbers, you're now going to be using polynomials. This is going to be such a long thing that all I'm going to say is just wiki polynomials, because that's the type of night I'm having. So you're going to be doing, my brain's dying right now, bunch of different math. The main thing you're going to be doing is a Lagrange interpolation. So I'm just going to read this here, that the problem is that a Lagrange interpolation solves like this. If you have a set of points like x and y, those coordinate pairs that we had before, and do a Lagrange interpolation on these points, that will give you a polynomial that passes through all of those points. So you do that by decomposing the problem, aka breaking it down. So for example, for each x coordinate, you create a polynomial that has a desired y coordinate at that same x coordinate, and then you bracket that against 0, so that all the other x coordinates that you're interested in pair up, and then you get the final result. So in general, which we're going to be talking about later on when we get to Monero, you're making sort of these graph loops right here. So once we convert all of that from the previous data of the R1 into this graph nomial, we now have a range of numbers here that we can use for the later algorithm, and this is the crucial point in the Z-snark. So as you can see, we remember the A, B, and C columns. We now have the polynomials for each of those columns, and then we also now have the result for those columns after we do that math. And to make sure that we've done that math right, we're now going to check the QAP. Geez, I hate this. So you're doing that by comparing the dot product result of the polynomial results. So we go back to this thing here, and we line up those columns with the output that we did from the QAP back to the R1CS, and we do a bunch of math here that I'm not going to get into right now. And the key is, when you do this math, when you compare the two and you get the number result, there should be no remainder. Now, if you tried to falsify this data, so if you were trying to hack this and reverse the Z-snarks, not impossible, but if you tried to do it, the idea here is that if you try to adjust any of the variables, it would mainly be the R1 CS, your QAP solution basically will generate a polynomial that when you then do the QAP check, will not match one of the three columns. And by doing that, that's how it knows how to verify the data. So that's kind of how that works. If you want to read more of an in-depth thing here, I am going to go back to OBS and send it in the chat right there. Go knock yourselves out, kiddies. All of you, what do you call it? All of you Genesis blocks out there. Genesis blocks and hashes out there. You can go look at that link. It's a really great breakdown. You'll notice there's a lot of Eastern Europeans that do this, and you're going to notice that trend. So basically, how is that work for ZCash? Well, basically, the exact method of ZSnark from the computation all the way to QAP and its check is what it's doing with its generated hash algorithm, and then it still nets that in the previous block. So in addition to checking the previous block, it will also go through the ZSnark process, and because of the way the math works, and it can be done really fast on computers, we'll take that through. And because of that math, which is how it checks, so doing the ZSnark computation will let them know that there was a transaction because the number is probably the value that is in the hash for that block. So that confirms that that block is there without revealing what the hash is, and thus also not revealing what the block is on the circuit. Yes, I will put that in the description later. I'm actually going to go back and modify the descriptions of a lot of the last broadcasts, kind of further explain things, and also just put some social media links. So, where was I? And then we're going to cover one coin, and then I'm going to refill this with water and drive my head through a wall. So, by doing the ZSnark computation, it confirms that the hash is in that block, and that if you actually probably confirm that number to the previous ZSnark number that was computed, you would also see a progression, which means that the number that's in that block will match the previous one. And that way it knows that it's a valid transaction because the math lines up, but you don't know the actual hashes of the blocks, meaning the blocks aren't revealed, meaning the actual nature of the transaction is not revealed if you would look at the chain. And that is basically, because of the two polynomial differences that represent the hash, how it works. And they also do a bunch of other stuff here as like, this is one of my favorite words, homomorphic hiding. And they implement that to do the shielding for this. And then they, they use that for, there's like a whole thing here. Elliptic curves, yep. And what it's going to do is, see, my brain's already frying. It does that, it uses the homomorphic hiding, aka of the hash, in order to do its blind evaluation. And then it uses the Pinocchio protocol, which I might go into later after I refill my drink, and then compares the epileptic curves, and that curve math, again, that's the ZSnark, is what it compares to, and that's how it does its shielding. And there's still constant improvements to this and everything like that. Now, I'm trying to remember exactly here, but if I remember correctly, just like with Dash, I believe, and I'll look this up on break, so if I'm wrong, let me know in chat, ZCash does not turn on ZSnarks by default. You have to actually enable this feature. There are, I think, third-party wallets that auto turn on this feature for you, but that is not any sort of, as I try to reload my wallet here, guarantee for anything. And that's how ZCash implements its ZK snark. Now, there's a similar one here where am I? Before we go on from Zcash, I want to point this out because it's going to relate to Zcoin, and then I'm going to go on break for a moment. I don't even know what time it is. Oh boy. So, see, we only covered 2 coins and it's been an hour. That's this type of night. So, this is not a perfect technique. And in fact, thanks to the fact that, like with a lot of cryptocurrencies, Zcash is open source because it basically has to be. Otherwise, the community would hate it. There have been groups that have made, hackers that have made white papers both at universities and independently, to test all the different techniques. And this is a paper that covers both Monero and ZCash here. And as you can see here, there's the way they figured it out is for ZCash, there's the shielded address, which we'll get into in a moment, zero knowledge proof, all of that, and the shielded receive. And then there's the transparent value pool, which everyone can see basically like that there was a transaction, and I believe possibly an amount, but it doesn't detail what that transaction was for. And I'm trying to remember here. To take full advantage, the users should make sure that they're in the shielded pool, because that's one mistake. You have to make sure that you turn these features on, otherwise it'll just send everything willy-nilly, just like Bitcoin does. Let's see. So as they point, I'm going to read this whole section here because this is neat. Let's see. So yeah, the joint split determines the type of transaction it is. So if the Z-in and Z-out both have inputs and the transaction's transparent, and if they're both empty, it's private. When the Z-in is populated but the Z-out is empty, the transaction is shielded. The opposite is a de-shielded transaction. So this is complemented because they double-space tokens on the chain, and because of this, and I should hopefully explain this in a moment, this is why this paper has determined that Zcash's ecosystem is not the best. It has anonymity and it's better than Dash's, but it's not conducive to total anonymity for its users. Give me a moment here because my brain's being dead, and then we will move on. So yeah, most third parties for Zcash only allow one transaction, and that basically Bitcoin can provide the same transparent transactions. And the majority of Zcash users they observe do not understand its operating model. They don't realize that you have to actually turn the feature on, and therefore a lot of people are sending out cryptocurrency that they think is actually shielded, but it's not shielded. And that's basically what most of this paper rests on. And the way they did the analysis for this is that they compared the block heights on the chain between its shielded pool and its non-shielded pool. They used Docker for this evaluation here. And then when they were running the experiment, they compared the two different chains. I'm also going to put this paper in the chat. And I'm going to kind of scroll down a bunch of different things. This is the Monero section here. Let's see here. Co-Founder pool address. Also, is everyone in chat kind of get this? Is there anything confusing? And how you all doing out there? Because my mental processes are fried. Their future work, as they said, is they need to evaluate it more over time. But they say, considering the setbacks they encountered, they have recommendations to improve this system. So, for example, parsing the chain directly through the binary files as opposed to the hash files could be way faster than what it currently does. Also, it will also reduce the network overhead and would still provide the security for it. And they can also work on the Postgres data. I'm trying to remember this. Yeah, which, because of the Postgres data, the way it's actually dumped, that will cause a way higher load. So basically, it's slower without being as secure as it could be. And this is an issue because, again, people think Zcash is like bulletproof, and it's not necessarily is. And that's why they think this is questionable. And considering the volume of transactions, and we're also going to kind of get this in with the Monero, that's going to be an issue. And I'm going to share this link in the chat and then go on to Zcoin, and then I am going to take a break and commit Sudoku. So that's how Zcash does its Z-Snark system. It's being really snarky right now. The other coin with a Z in it that's also really popular is Zcoin. We're actually going to attempt to watch the video and hope that the machine doesn't crash. If it even loads. There we go, that's YouTube. Watch, we're probably going to get an ad.
In today's globally connected society, it goes around faster and easier than ever. But every single day, we lose more and more control over it, as well as our fundamental right to privacy. Central banks print money at will, and governments decide who receives them, diluting the value of our earnings. The money that we do have is entrusted to banks, but when they make irresponsible choices time and time again, our money is used to bail them out because the banks are too big to fail, because there was no alternative. Cryptocurrency is that alternative to create money that no single entity controls, that is uncensorable, and that can be owned by the individual. But our fundamental right to privacy is still at risk. The movement of every coin on a blockchain is recorded permanently and publicly. This allows our financial data to be surveyed by anyone who has just a little knowledge. This can reveal how much we own, who we transact with, or how much we are paid. ZCoin aims to change that. We put privacy first in the world of digital currency. We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and money is no exception to that. We see ourselves as a necessary public utility that is private, owned by the individual, and beholden to no single entity. Unlike other cryptocurrencies, ZCoin makes your transactions untraceable. It uses advanced cryptography to break the links between transactions by allowing users to wipe their coin's history. The result is digital money that is just as fungible as physical cash. Money should function as money and not as a tool of control or surveillance. When we defend our financial privacy and retain independent control of our money, we defend ourselves against oppressive forces that aim to silence, seize, and socially define us. We act as a check and balance between the power of the state and the individual. We believe that we need privacy-preserving, self-sovereign money. Money that's yours and nobody else's. ZCoin, because our money is our business.
So yeah, that's it's always fun to watch these sort of videos because you by often watching like videos and looking at websites, even almost as useful as white papers. If you go to a website and you see a video on how they introduce themselves, you kind of get the feel of like what they're going for. But ZCoin pointed out one of the two unique methods while still using the Z-Snark system, how it attempts to improve over other Z-Snark usage such as ZCoin and a coin we're not going to cover today, but I'm going to explain it in basically one sentence, which is Bitcoin Private, which basically is a fork of Bitcoin that implements ZK snarks into that cryptocurrency. So all the other rules for Bitcoin apply to Bitcoin Private, but it also has Z-Snark's system in order to do the obfuscation and thus fungibility of the actual Bitcoin Private. That's all that is. It's Bitcoin on the privacy browsing mode. That's really what it is. But there are multiple different technologies that ZCoin uses in addition to the ZK snarks, and using the ZK snarks, if I can remember which section is what here. So there's multiple academic papers on here. So again, the zero knowledge cryptographic proof, which has a great image I wish they had before. You have the owner's public key and the hash and that public key, and that's the public key that's out here. So by using these sort of systems here, it says, as I said, Bitcoin, that's the way that sort of works, and that's why you can see all the stuff on the hash chain. And is this a different video, or is this the same video? Oh, this is a different video. Let's watch this. I did not know about this video here because it didn't load previously. Let's watch this wonderful wonderful piece of noodles here.
ZCoin is a digital cryptocurrency that puts financial privacy at the forefront, where your transactions are completely untraceable. It is built on the solid fundamentals of the zero-coin paper, one of the most cited cryptography papers today. Bitcoin and most other cryptocurrencies are not really anonymous, as all transactions since the founding of the coin are permanently open for the public to view. Researchers, governments, and law enforcement agencies have made significant strides in using metadata and pattern analysis to reveal the real-world identities of Bitcoin holders. And this is a serious privacy problem. Imagine having all your transaction history and spending habits revealed, or worse, innocently ending up with coins that have been tainted from illegal activities. Not only is your privacy at risk, your coins could be seized, or you can even be implicated in a crime you didn't commit. Other attempts to anonymize transactions involving mixing transactions with other people's transactions, but this still means that the real transaction is somewhere in there, and its privacy is reliant on how many transactions you are mixing with. These models still provide an analyzable network map of links. Zcoin uses zero-knowledge proofs to make truly untraceable coins. You mint a coin by burning it up and generate a mathematical proof that you burn it. This proof allows you to redeem a new coin with no previous transaction history, a clean slate. The genius lies in that the proof doesn't reveal which coin you minted, thus there is no relationship that can be drawn from the coin you minted and the brand new coin you redeemed. No history to analyze, no mixing required, just truly untraceable coins. Reclaim your digital financial privacy. Zcoin. Mint, spend, repeat.
That last bit there was kind of very, they live in a way. Thank you, Amazing Music, for sending us some lemons. I don't know how many lemons you sent over, but on the break I'm going to check. And remember, if you're on DLive, if you stick all the way to the end, we will be redistributing lemons. Just for those who are like on Twitch and YouTube are confused, if you've ever been to Twitch and you see the bits, lemons work a very same way. Also, kind of like the way there's like Satoshis and Bitcoins, they have different names for the amount of lemons. So there's also ice cream and diamonds and all sorts of stuff like that. And the professionalism of the video, that was our alert system. That actually comes from, that's a video game reference there. If you look up "yeah lemons," you'll get it. But so kind of sum up what they were going to say when I was going to cover up with the coin. In addition to the way ZK snarks work, one of the big features of Zcoins, probably its main feature, is, do you remember how, I believe it was last episode when we were covering ZeroNet, the dark net that uses blockchain as a user verification system but keeps the anonymity, and then uses BitTorrent in order to load in websites and web content. We talked about that came from the concept of burning a Bitcoin and then using that as a token to represent other data than its own hash block. Well, there's a similar but kind of weird concept with Zcoin, where basically you can take a coin and you burn it. It still exists as a coin. It's still fungible. A Zcoin still equals another Zcoin. But the difference here is what it does is it kills, it almost basically turns it into a Genesis block. It's like a mutated Genesis block where it kills, you take the coin and then it kills all the transaction knowledge previous from that coin. And the way the math works, which is how it uses the ZK snarks, it doesn't know which coins you burn, it just knows that there's a new coin with no history, and that way you can spend it. And that's how they're claiming it's the same fungibility as money, meaning that I can hand you $1 and you don't know if I got that dollar from, like, I don't know, working at like Walgreens behind the counter, or I got that money from like selling my butthole out to other people, or I got that money by like robbing a person's house. The dollar is still a dollar. We can't trace it, but it still works as money regardless. So that's Zcoin's kind of main function right there. Another thing that that Zcoin uses, and I actually have this video preloaded, this is probably going to be the last of the videos for a while, is Merkle trees, which drive me absolutely up the wall, because this is an example of a Merkle tree. So we're going to watch their video on Merkle trees, and then I'm going to explain that, then explain a specific thing about Zcoin that you need to know before you go, this sounds like amazing, I'm going to go and buy all the Zcoins. And then we're going to go on our first break, and then it's going to get even more insane. So stay tuned. And again, thank you for the lemons, Amazing Music. So let's hear what they have to say about Merkle trees. Not Urkel trees, not Family Matters. Merkel, like who runs Germany in the way that we wish America was run, Merkel.
Bitcoin is facing a big problem today. The original version of Bitcoin was to be a decentralized and distributed currency where the security of the blockchain is not controlled by a single entity or group. As the creator of Bitcoin, Satoshi wrote, "One CPU, one vote." However, the advent of specialized chips called ASICs that could mine Bitcoin many thousands of times more efficient than any desktop computer made mining inaccessible to the general public. Mining is now dominated by a small group of people with the capital to develop these ASICs and the economies of scales to maintain large mining farms, giving them a disproportionate amount of influence and making it easier to mount a successful 51% attack. MTP is short for Merkle Tree Proof, is a totally new proof-of-work algorithm that aims to solve the problem of miner centralization. MTP is a memory-hard algorithm that can use a large amount of RAM intensively. This significantly increases the cost of ASIC development and limits the efficiency gains that an ASIC can bring, as computational functions can be highly optimized, while memory use is hard to optimize further. Previous memory-hard algorithms were hampered by the fact that, to use a large amount of memory, verifying nodes also required a lot of memory and CPU time, bringing up the cost of running a node and making them susceptible to denial of services attacks. Hence, developers adjusted the parameters of such algorithms to use only a little memory to keep it lightweight on the network. However, this made it easier to develop profitable ASICs, as we have seen in Script as used in Litecoin. The beauty of MTP lies in that although miners require a lot of memory and time to produce work, the nodes verifying the work take a shortcut and only require a fraction of the time and relatively little memory. This keeps the network lightweight and scalable without sacrificing memory hardness. Botnets, which are networks of computers infected with malware, also pose a serious threat for the security of a blockchain. Other ASIC-resistant algorithms have seen their hash rate dominated by botnets that are likely controlled again by a small group of people. MTP's large use of memory makes it less attractive for botnets, since its use would likely alarm the user of a running background application. We at Zcoin believe maintaining privacy, decentralization, and security of paramount importance, and therefore we are proud to be the first to code MTP from the ground up and implement it. MTP, keeping the blockchain decentralized, lightweight, and scalable.
Sorry about that last dip, but you didn't really miss much. That was me. I thought the volume place was it was before and it moved, but whatever, everything's haunted. So, Merkle trees. They by the way, they also got into some terms such as ASIC and ASIC resistance. We are going to get to that when we get to probably the biggest hump in this episode, which is Monero. But just put a pin in that. We're going to get back to when they were talking about resistance and that. We're just going to focus on Merkle trees. I will quickly explain what a botnet is, even if that was asked sarcastically, because again, the whole point of Crypto Barrons is not only do I want to explain it to you, all the technologies that are being used by cryptocurrencies and blockchains, I also want to explain it to you like you're 5, not because you're stupid, but because, I want everyone in order to understand this knowledge, and 2, I'm usually, my brain's the one that's 5 years old, so I always need someone to explain it to me like I'm 5. So, just relaying that information back. So, what you're seeing on the screen here is an example of a Merkle tree. And what a Merkle tree is, if you've ever heard of like a data tree, like when you use data science, or if you've worked at network databases and stuff like that, what a Merkle tree is that every node branch has its own cryptographic hash on that data block, and every non-leaf node, so every single like end node that doesn't go anywhere, is labeled with a cryptographic hash of the labels of its child nodes. So what you're doing is, and similar with the way you have the basically think about like a blockchain as only a Merkle tree with only one branch, where again each block references the other block. This is as these chains split off, that even when they diverge and have different separate hash functions and reference back, they won't reference each other with their cryptographic hashes, but the cryptographic hash will always go back to the parent one, and that's how you know where you are on the chain, and also allows more zoomification of the chain, so you can still figure out where the chain is. I'll keep it going. I'm personally 11, which is why I can compete in Pokemon, but that sort of thing. It was named after Ralph Merkle, who was a computer scientist. If you can't tell, I'm reading my notes right now, although I am embellishing on things. So basically, by demonstrating that a leaf node, or one of the leaves, is part of a given binary hash tree and requires a number of hashes proportional to the logogram of the number of nodes on the tree, this contrasts with hash lists, like the way a blockchain is, which is proportional to the number of leaf nodes itself. So again, you can trace the branches back to a parent node, but each branch doesn't communicate with the other branch, but you can still trace it back to the one node, and that allows it to keep its cryptographic integrity while still branching off. And by having multiple branches, as I said, because of so much memory, things like botnets won't go through. And the botnet, what it is that a botnet is, first of all, you turn a bunch of computers into zombies, whether it's in person or more commonly now on the internet. You basically pwn someone's computer, you have hypervisor broked it, you can basically use that computer remotely as if you SSH into it. So it's yours. You're basically controlling a computer remotely. That's what's known as a zombie. If you control a computer that you don't own or you don't have allowed access to, you have now zombified. If you pick a group of zombies and coordinate them together, that is a botnet. And you can take an entire group of zombie computers, aka a botnet, and point it to something, and they will all do that same computational process against that thing that you point to. And because there are so many processors working on the same thing, it takes less time, gives it more power, and breaks it apart. That's what a lot of chains tried to avoid, not only by using cryptography methods, but other methods such as Merkle trees and making arbitrary large data in order to slow down an attack or deter people from even wanting to attack it in the first place. Now, this is where we're going to get in sort of the limits of Zcoin, and then we're going to go on probably the first of one of many breaks. I'll actually be shocked if this is the only break. But there are attacks that you can do against a Merkle tree. A common one here is a second pre-image attack. So a pre-image attack is a thing in cryptography where you attack the actual cryptographic hash functions that are tied to a specific hash value, and you try to find the message of it. So essentially, you are attacking the actual hash, for example, in the chain itself, to figure out why that chain was generated, and what what you're trying to do is you're trying to resist pre-image itself. Where if I scroll around, because I think I put it later on with Monero here, an image is the image of a function is all the output values in that. So what it's doing is you are basically figuring out all the output values and using that again to determine its shadow. Thus, you can reverse engineer the hash function, break into it, and figure that out. Now, there's a lot of groups that are supposed to be resistant to it. This is also where we get to rainbow tables and like the birthday attack and other sorts of attacks from. There will be a future episode where we're going to talk about cryptocurrency and blockchain hacking itself, as they said, like the 51% attack and the birthday attack and things like that. And we're also going to talk about scams, but that will be a future episode. I think that actually might be one of the 2 episodes in November, but we are going to do that before that topic before the year ends. So I'm probably going to reference this episode when I do that episode, so stay tuned. But the second pre-image attack is that the problem with Merkle trees is that it doesn't indicate how deep the tree is. So you can actually do a second pre-image in which the attacker will create a document around the other, the actual block that they want to do, the original data, that has the same Merkle hash route. So for example, a hacker can create a new document, for example, or a new block containing 2 data blocks in which the first hash is 00 and the next is like 001, and then 01, the next one is 10 and stuff. And by doing that, it basically figures out where it is on the chain and where its relationship on that train, and then it can trace that back to the parent, and by using the parent hash, it can then figure out the hash that is on that child, and thus break that and figure out what's in that. You can also use something that's called a tiger tree hash, where you use, where did I write this? Is this in Monero again? Yes, it's in Monero. Tiger is a type of hash function that sometimes cryptocurrencies use. It's not like the SHA-1 or 2, and usually SHA-2 is usually what a lot of cryptocurrencies are based around. And what it's mainly kind of used for is like to determine like specific sizes of your hash. So again, by knowing the set limit of your hash, so like for example 1024 bytes in a block, you can use various computing functions in order to reverse engineer that entire hash. And because there's only a certain amount of hash data, especially with a good computer, like with a good CPU or a GPU system, you'll be able to reverse that. And that's like a couple of the different ways you can actually break a Merkle tree. And the reason why I bring all that crazy stuff up is because people have hacked Zcoin in the past, and then we're going to go back to a different, actually yeah, no, we're going to go on this train, and then we're going to, I have to get this to load again, then we're going to go on our break, and I'm going to regain my sanity to then break it again, particularly when we go to Monero. Come on, load. Load this data. You are a fast, powerful... There we go. So, as the headline reads, a single typo let hackers steal the equivalent of $400,000 from ZCash. There was a typographical error that caused this whole thing. So, as what was written in, I'm trying to figure out where it is here. I have to reload this again, don't I? I hate. That's one of the flaws of the Wayback Machine here. Let me find where I have it here because it's really funny. No, I had it in here. Hang on. I don't have it in here, unfortunately. But let's see. Give your PC a pep talk while I'm breaking. No, that's one of the things I'm going to do. I'm just going to look up like the lemons on DLive and stuff so we can distribute them properly and everything. But what? All right. Funny enough, I'm going to laugh if this is the web page that it struggles with, then like the code works. But yeah, as they wrote in the community post, I love the wording here. Yesterday, our team found a bug in our implementation of... Why is it like this? Why? Okay, one last time, and then I'm going to give up on this. Let's open this another tab. On Friday, a typographical error on a single additional character in the code allowed an attacker to create... This is amusing as hell. I hope everyone press F in chat for regrets and fail. Zero coin spend transactions without a corresponding mint. And then the last sentence I'm going to read from this when I reload the page for the 18th time. In other words, they got a single letter wrong in their code. And they tried to excuse that this is nothing wrong with their cryptography here. And I guess that link doesn't work anymore. But as I explained with the whole like second image attack, I'm pretty sure that's actually what they use, and they basically exploited a typograph to figure out what was on the chain and then do it. I believe this is... here it is, yeah. This is the cryptographic flaw in Zero Coin here. And I believe it uses the minting system, and it uses the their idea of preventing double spending here, which is a big issue with cryptocurrency, is that if you screw up your coding and the way the cryptographic hashes work, that doesn't prevent anyone from just constantly just minting their own money without authorization, and thus you can just reuse the same coins over and over again. So it doesn't register that the transaction happened, so you can just reuse that coin. It's the same problem that also fiat money has, especially with digital transactions with fiat money. There's a lot of techniques that are implemented to try not to do double spending. So the way it does it is that there's supposed to be a unique, essentially, serial number in the hash, and that when you spend a zero coin, or a Zcash, zero coin, aka Zcoin, the protocol requires you to reveal the serial number and prove in zero knowledge that it's the right zero number, and that if they see a transaction with the serial number which has already been recorded by its used serial number on the list, then it knows that it's a double spent and it's invalid. So let's see, in both of the POSIX schemes, so what you can do is a denial of spending attack, which is something, again, probably going to revisit this article later, which we're going to expand on when we actually do all the crazy hacks and scams that's happened in cryptocurrency here. So basically, an honest user will try to spend her honestly generated zero coin and sends the spend transaction, including serial number, to the network. So attacker which is assumed to control over the victim's network, now blocks that message such that it never reaches the node of the cryptocurrency. So then the attacker then mints a new malicious zero coin with that exact number. So basically, it thinks you never sent out the coin, even though you sent out the coin, and it takes that serial number, mints a new one, and sticks that on that coin, and now you can just spend that coin with the revealing serial number because the network didn't retrieve it. So they're basically spending money off of your money, so they're double spending. And that's a that's a type of denial of spending attack. And because of the way the serial numbers work in Zcoin, someone actually managed to actually do it. And that's a simple fix for this, which I think they eventually implemented, is to use a new random public key of the signature scheme as a serial number. So you're generating off of that, and that you have to sign the actual keys instead of just using them as their own serial tokens. And again, we're going to go through more of denial spending attacks in that future episode, but I just want to let you know that yes, not only can you screw up a Merkle tree, and then that people have, due to code errors, have stolen Zcash itself, but there was at the time a denial of spending attack that basically allowed people to spend Zcoins they don't have based off of other people's accounts by stealing their verification serial numbers, kind of like stealing that big giant green number on a US dollar, which I wish I had on me right now. So the last thing I'm going to do before we go on the break, and then we're going to get right into Monero. It's almost going to be 10. This is and I believe this is also how they solve those two problems currently, is they're upgrading to Sigma. What is Sigma? When I first heard Sigma, I'm an old school gamer. I thought like they basically contracted the Mavericks from the Mega Man X games and their leader Sigma in order to do physical security for Zcoin. So if you actually do a denial of spending attack or 51% attack, freaking robot Mavericks from the Mega Man X games will bust into your room. Freaking like Ape Man and stuff will just lop your head off. But apparently that is the case. This is basically replacing its entire trusted setup process. It's proof of trust on the system. So the problem with their previous ones, that in trusted setup, you set up public parameters that are based on this, which is already a bad idea, master private key. When we eventually get into master wafers and master of unlocking, you'll probably get the concept of a mastering system. So these parameters are the ones that generate the zero knowledge proofs and use that system. And then there's that master private key, which is jokingly kind of referred to as toxic waste, that would need to be destroyed, because if that data is not destroyed, if you have access to the key, you can then take over the entire network, just like if you imprinted a master key in real life. And so ZeroCoin was using a trusted setup done by a third party, and again, because of those cryptological problems I mentioned earlier, that was a freaking issue. And so instead they're going to use the Sigma system, which is a decent anonymity size. It doesn't compare to like ZeroCash, but it's not a trusted setup. It actually has varying different cryptographic hash sizes. Its time's really fast. Its proof time's very fast. Its verification time is decent, and it's really well documented and studied. So basically over the past year, they have been moving over to this new Sigma system, and that's going to be the other main feature besides burning the coins to remove its previous transaction system. So unless anyone has any questions, thank you for watching so far. Do not worry, we're not ending. It's just I have dry mouth as well as dry skin and dry hair. By dry mouth, I need to refill the water. I need to rethink all of my poor life decisions by doing this episode, and I will be back to chat with you all in chat. We're going to go straight into when we get back, because this is probably going to be the longest section here. I think we're already like half to a third of the, like somewhere between a third and a halfway through all the coins. So very soon we will pass 51%, and then we will own this entire topic. But that's going to be a thing for another. That's a 51 attack joke. I'm not that great at cryptography jokes. I'm the dick joke person. I'm not the crypto math joke person. But anyhow, I'm going to go on break for a couple of minutes. I'm going to play some snazzy music while I'm on the break, and hopefully OBS or my live stream won't crash. So stay tuned. I'll be right back. We're going to get into Monero, Ravencoin, Grin, Mimblewimble, and all that other crazy mumbo jumbo. And hopefully I'll be slightly more sane by this. So enjoy the tunes. I will be right back. everyone. Sorry for being away for a bit longer than usual, because one, I got my water back. I also got my sexy back, too. I had to eat something, because I'm going to need it. And three, I'm kind of an idiot. Well, I am an idiot, but I'm an idiot, and I completely forgot that, what do you call it? That I play this game that you probably have seen on for Twitch called Animal Crossing, and I was a bonehead, and I completely forgot that at 10 p.m. the Nook's Cranny store, which is a store in this game, closes, and there's a whole money market that's not related to cryptocurrency that we actually might cover in the future, believe it or not, called the Stalk Market, where you sell turnips, don't ask. And I was like, I should sell those because after they close and after midnight, they're gonna rot, and then I can't sell them. And I would be screwed again because I've had too many rotten turnips in that game. So I was like, while I'm on my break, I'm going to load up the game, just do that, run back, save, and then come back here. That was also kind of a nice rest spot because now we're going to get into this huge chunk. There will probably be one more break and then we will be done, but let's get through this. Called Monero. If you are familiar with DEFCON, you will probably recognize this cryptocurrency because they have a giant village at DEFCON. We covered it in a previous episode where we covered all the stuff at DEFCON. You can check out their talks and everything. They had a virtual one obviously this year because of COVID, and then they've been having physical ones for the past couple of years. And there's already a blockchain village, so the fact that Monero itself hosts its own village at DEFCON separately from the actual cryptocurrency blockchain village is huge. Also, before we get any further, once again, hi, I'm Sidpeockt. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group that is based out of Jersey City, New Jersey, in Jersey. We meet third Friday of every month. Our next meeting is going to be October 16th. That is going to be a crazy meeting. We're going to have so much stuff. I'll detail bits of it at the end. But if you want to check more about what we are, you can go to our website on the lower left-hand corner. That's defcon201.org. Once again, that's DEFCON201.org. You can also find us on Twitter at DEFCON201NJ. And if you search for us on like DuckDuckGo or go to our website, you'll see it on Instagram, GitHub, all that sort of stuff. We have DEFCON201. We're also on the Fediverse via Mastodon at hoststux.social. We're also listed under DEFCON201, or if you load up Mastodon, just type in DEFCON201. I'm pretty sure we'll pop up. Fortunately, I did not have any time to advertise this episode on our Mastodon, so there's that. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. And again, if you like the show and if you like the content you're going to see, and you're curious about what the next meeting's going to be like, and you don't want to miss that and want notifications for it, depending on your platform, you can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe, or follow us on our three main platforms: Twitch, YouTube, and DLive. If you do, we see notifications pop up and we cheer you on. If you're on DLive, if you'd like to donate some lemons or even cryptocurrency, that'd be great, but especially lemons, because at the end of every Crypto Barrons, and it's unique to Crypto Barrons, we redistribute all of those lemons to who's ever watching on there. So if you stick around to the end, and we're probably going to go on to midnight tonight. Either it's going to be slightly before midnight or probably on midnight. You will probably receive a good amount of lemons, but until then, and keep watching the channel. Now, Monero, otherwise known as the Big XMR, is one of the big cryptocurrencies. It is one of the most popular cryptocurrencies, especially among computer hackers. ZCash used to be neck and neck, but Monero, in my opinion, has definitely surpassed ZCash in its usage of a privacy cryptocurrency that a lot of hackers particularly use. It was created in my birth month in April. There's a bit of TMI right there, a little bit of recon and onsen. And its focus is on fungibility, privacy, and decentralization. So it basically wanted to be as popular as Bitcoin, but it wants to be as private and as decentralized as it can, in all the ways that Bitcoin actually isn't. And the thing about it too with Monero, and again, we're going to cover this on a future episode, I'll let you know about that at the end of this episode. Monero, because it's popular with computer hackers and because of how it's set up, and we're going to get into how it's set up in a moment, it is very common, yes, is that, see, hackers use that. It's very common on the dark web, and it's often used, and I'll put it this way, Monero, and we're going to get into why in a moment, is very, you can basically mine it like Yes, you treat it like it's U.S. oil. Its market cap has gone down a bit, but it's still up there. I would consider it like one of the 5 or 6 main coins, to be honest, in terms of coin usefulness. Like I always tell people, like if you want to investigate in 5 like main coins, that would be Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum, Ethereum, Litecoin, Monero, and possibly Dash. And like that's a lot of the cryptocurrencies that are very much traded around. That I'm not paid or sponsored by any of these different groups or organizations who run these cryptocurrencies. That's just what I often see with transactions. Maybe Binance. We'll get into centralized, decentralized in a future episode. But so basically, Monero. It's easy to mine in terms of intensity resources. It's not in terms of its implementation. We're going to get into why in a moment. And basically, you can literally just use your normal CPU, even on a mid-range laptop, and mine Monero, provided that you have patience. So because of that, Monero is frequently the type of currency that when you get hit by ransomware or browserware or whatever, and it locks down your system and it asks for a ransom, or it takes over your computer systems, and for some reason your fan just kicked on all the time on like this machine, because this machine we have 8 million tabs opening. That's how I know there's no ransomware running. Cryptojackers running. You often see Monero and cryptojackers and ransomware because of its privacy traceability. You can mine coins off people's machines and send back to you with it having a very hard time trying to trace it back for most law enforcement, as well as that because it's such a low footprint. It's way easy to compromise most machines on. Like if you tried to zombie bot another machine for Bitcoin, you probably want to target like a hardcore PC gamer or a Twitch streamer, because they have the computer, they might have the type of computer and mainly GPUs that will allow you to mine that Bitcoin, which is why usually you don't see Bitcoin and cryptojacking attacks. You can definitely do that with Monero. So that's one of the reasons. And we're going to get into that in a future episode about scams and things. Scams and hacks will probably happen in November. But, and to note that, and we'll get into when we do privacy scams and stuff, I won't probably cover it on this episode, but Monero has been hacked before. But we're going to cover that for a future episode. So let's get into, there's a lot of features of Monero and its architecture, and we're going to try to cover as many of these as I can. And by the way, let me know if you can hear me, if my voice is too low, if it's too loud. If you're confused about a topic I'm covering, if you have questions about anything, about cryptocurrencies, blockchains, current subjects, past subjects, my crazy hair, this weird thing I'm wearing, what the heck a HushCon or a New York is or such like that, please let me know in chat. And if you have any other comments or questions, let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. Appreciate you watching out there. Hopefully with your pants on, but I can't see you, so I digress. So let's go to the background. So like Bitcoin, it is a proof of work algorithm, and we're going to get into that in a moment. But let's go over some of the actually, before we go into there, again, let's see how Monero describes itself. It's a 1-minute video, and then we're going to do a deep dive into all the crazy security and privacy stuff that it does. So let's hear them explain it.
To most people, financial privacy is very important. But banks, big corporations, and even governments are having their records compromised. The undeniable conclusion is there's no safe place to conduct private transactions. Well, there wasn't one until now. Meet Monero. Monero is a secure, private, untraceable currency. With Monero, you are your own bank. Only you control and are responsible for your funds. Monero is private. This means businesses can keep their suppliers in secret, as well as citizens escape government repressions and nosy neighbors or crooks. Monero can also be selectively transparent, and you can choose who you want to see the transactions. Monero is dynamically scalable, which makes it very different from a Bitcoin. Also, the block reward will never drop below 0.3 XMR. And the nominal inflation will stay at 0.3 XMR per minute. Monero is decentralized. It has an active development community with more than 30 contributors. Take back control over your finances and start using Monero today.
Wow. So as you can see, kind of what we're going to do with this episode, they throw just so much at you in a brief period of time. And if you notice, again, they very much put front and center the whole like governments, corporations, and other things of like, ooh, they're watching you, the ceiling cat's watching you masturbate. Stop ceiling cat, buy Monero. I will, and we're going to also talk about like the scalability of the chain when we get to Mimblewimble, but I also want to point something out that Monero, ZCash, and a lot of these videos have in common. One of the reasons I wanted to do this topic and also point out some of like the exploits and security and stuff is because one of the worst things I feel like that privacy conscious coins, and I'm glad they're out there. I'm glad Monero exists. I love their village. It's great. But I don't like any organization or entity or project or product where it will say things in complete absolutes, and especially from like this is my imposter syndrome laughing at me as I say this, but with my hacker background, as you notice there, just like with Zcash, they're like, our coin is completely untraceable, or like it's completely private, and I hate that. It should be, it's like when people say bulletproof, which funny enough we're going to get into in a moment. Actual ballistic experts and people who actually know firearms and aren't 17-year-old kids that take their mom's gun across state, actually refer to any sort of physical gear that slows down a bullet or tries to stop a bullet as bullet resistance. There's no such thing as bulletproof because there's technically most things you can shoot or dent or compromise with a bullet. So they grade on bullet resistiveness. There is no absolute thing, especially in a wearable thing, that will absolutely guarantee every time to stop a bullet or the impact or consequent of a bullet from harming you. And it's the same thing here where it's privacy, it's spying resistance, it's privacy, pro-privacy, but these aren't completely invisible. These aren't like Fort Knox, and even Fort Knox has been broken into. These are not proofs. They're resistant to surveillance. They're surveillance resistant. They're not surveillance proof. And so I do want to point out to shame to Monero for having that sort of language in their intro video in the same way with Zcash and all the others, Dash and everything. You're going to see that as a very common thing, and we're actually going to get into a coin that, provided there's not something I missed, I like the way they're wording, and I think there's also a specific reason why they have that wording. Well, I just wanted to highlight about when you watch these videos that anytime you hear someone say, oh, this is hack proof, oh, this is censorship proof or whatever, like, oh, it's completely untraceable, like, that is a lie. That's a marketing thing. They either have been hacked and have plugged things, or they're so new they haven't been hacked yet, and when they get caught with their pants down, it's going to be really embarrassing. So I just wanted to point that out here. But yes, Monero is a thing. We also have a Monero wallet, so if you want to send us Monero, that's kind of a whole thing. You can ask in chat, and I'll share the URL. See, we still have a lot more to go here. But let's get through some of the stuff that, a lot of the features that Monero does. And the first thing we're going to get into, and I'm going to read this in a moment because I don't have the attention span to do all of this, is, well, first of all, again, it's a proof of work. Let's actually go back to the previous page. It is a proof of work, oh, I'm sorry, not the previous page. I mean the previous page, my notes, I'm an idiot. It is a proof of work hash algorithm, and it comes from the CryptNote protocol. And I'm going to hop ahead here on all of the tabs, and we're going to kind of look at, oh, that's the wrong one here. We're going to get to that in a moment. The CryptNote protocol, as they call it, an open source solution and concept for cryptocurrencies of the future. What the heck does that even mean? Well, CryptoNote is basically an application layer protocol. In this case, it's an application protocol built into a blockchain that serves to solve problems with Bitcoin, which is the main thing the Monero tries to do. And basically, they don't like that you can easily trace transactions of Bitcoin, the proof of work function for Bitcoin, the regular emissions, the hard-coded constants, which is part of the scalability issues, and how bulky the scripts are, which we're definitely going to get to one of the coins I'm going to talk about before this ends. We have like 3 or 4 more coins to go after Monero. And basically it focuses on decentralized, privacy-oriented cryptocurrencies to the point where we know that Scanhagen, the person who made it, kind of similar to Satoshi and similar to another person that we brought up, nobody knows who this person is. There's no public record of them. No one has been able to trace back to who they are. So we really don't know. So it focuses on untraceable payments, unlinkable transactions, double spending proof, blockchain analysis resistance, egalitarian proof of work, and adaptive parameters. And I will say that normally I would go through each of these. I might, depending on how our chat goes, but instead I'm going to post this website in chat so you can read more for yourself, because we have a lot more unique functions we're going to get to. So going back in time, the first thing we're going to talk about is Ring CT. Ring CT, and that's the thing, it's enforced privacy, by the way, real quick. The thing also about Monero is that all of these privacy functions I'm going to mention is default. Now, you can turn them off and send them, but basically they're like a reverse Zcash or Zcoin or Dash, where all these features I'm going to list are all enabled, like stealth addresses and fungibility and stuff. This is all enabled by default. You actually have to go in and disable it to not use them. So it's more secure, basically, in the virtue compared to all the other coins we talked about, for the virtue of laziness, that you can literally start up a Monero wallet and start buying and trading Monero coins or mining them, and knowing that without changing anything, you are having all of these protections right there, because it's baked right in, pre-configured at the default. So the first thing we're going to get into is Ring CT, otherwise known as Ring Confidential Transactions. What this is designed to obfuscate or scramble the amount of sent transactions by using range proofs and cryptographic commitments. Basically, what it kind of does, and I'm going to read this whole thing because it's probably hard to read on the screen anyhow. Sorry, let me get this. Is that basically what it does is it screws up the numbers. So what it will do is, and I'm going to read here, it adds more money, and then it gives you a back kick on the money, so that you can send the proper amount of money to the other person. But if I'm watching the transaction, it's a completely different number value than what I see, so I have a hard time deducing it. So as they're going to write here, Bob, let's say, has 10 Monero and would like to send 5 Monero to Alice, or Bob's going to send Alice a Monero, and he's going to send 5, or maybe Alice requested 5, and he has 10 in total. Because the output of the Monero blockchain cannot be spent twice, hence preventing double spending, Bob is required to send the entire output and then return that to himself. Thus, if Bob's transaction would be like 1 input for 10 Monero, there will be 2 outputs. So when he sends 5, he's actually going to send 10. And one is the 5 that is for Alice, and the other is the 5 that will be sent back to Bob as change. That's how that works. So the objective here is that, when again, you can see the transaction happening. So this is regardless if you can see the user. So we can see the transaction, but we don't know how much was paid, because all we see is the 10 Monero. We don't know if that person requested 10 Monero or they paid in 7, 5, 1, but that's the number that we see. So we can be completely off. So that is its main way of obfuscating the actual transaction number in the individual blocks. It's kind of a trippy concept, right? The next thing we're going to talk about is and go over one of its features as I lose my notes here, is bulletproofs. Remember I said we get that word? This is its version of its Z-Snark, or non-interactive zero proof, but it's not Z-Snark. It's known as a bulletproof. And what it will do is it will allow, it's a system, again, like zero proof, they will know that transaction happened without revealing knowledge of like who was sending it, who was receiving it, and like the amount. So in addition to fudging the values by sending a lot more in different values than what you actually send and then returning it back as change, this is the added layer where now all we can see that is a transaction that happened, it's a valid transaction, but we don't know the details of that transaction, including how much it is, what it was for, and who sent it and who received it. There was a previous method, and in October, like in 2018, it was replaced for that. And this method requires less data and to do the transaction, and so you can do multiple transactions, which we're gonna get into in a moment, a lot easier and cheaper on that. But yeah, I'm gonna try to read here if I can find the section of what bulletproofs actually are. Yeah, so Ring CT. So it said bulletproofs, unlike bone or source signatures, are very effective at range proofs. Providing a big set of data only guarantees a small proof, and the size of the proofs grows logarithmically the size of the data provided. It means increasing number of outputs of the transactions. With bulletproofs, only slightly increase the size of the proof. So instead of sending how we saw in ZCash, it makes a ridiculous amount of data that then you have to look through, and thus it would make the network slower. Although so it's trading speed for security. This allows, because of its zero proof method and its obfuscation method, allows it to have a smaller size and more of like an average size of a block on a chain, but it still has the confusing nature and the zero proof nature that a large bulk of data would have, and also allows to do decent auditing, as well as, and here's the thing, multiple addresses. And that's the thing I believe we're going to, before we move on, I'm going to talk about security proof, but this is going to lead into another major thing about Monero. Yeah, there was a security audit about bulletproofs done by the Open Source Technology Improvement Fund, and they asked QuarkSlab, which is the people who make bulletproofs, work of detailing the security evaluation. And what they were looking at was, does the code accurately represents the bulletproof prove verify algorithms? So does the algorithms properly do proof and verify systems? Does the implementation allow the attacker to generate a false proof that an honest verifier judges correct, so it can pass off a fake proof? It's like a fake ID as that. Does the implementation allow the attacker to examine an honest proof and gain information about the rest of the stuff? So again, they're reverse engineering based on the information. It's like seeing the shadow of something, what the other information is there, so then they can do a hack. And so the way they did this was they looked over the protocols, and then they looked over the C++ code, mainly the ring CT, which is like apparently it's 3,500 lines of code, and to their expectations, and looked for vulnerabilities. And so they found several vulnerabilities in this. Proof functions, 4 of them were triggered by untrusted inputs of the proof verification function. So not only can you produce the wrong output values, you can basically make a verifier accept a false proof. And the 3 different ways they found was an algorithmic overflow. Again, we're going to cover this with cryptocurrency hacking. And then there were 2 algorithmic mistakes in the Gordon 98, 3 functions, Gordon 98, the Bocode 89, and the pipe 80 functions, which are the proof of verification functions. So they found errors in that, and the reason you just saw me do that is because I'm going to send the URL in the chat later. And there was a lack of security checks between the main proof and the inputs. Let's see here. There were also problems in the decentralization process of the bulletproofs, making it less decentralized, because decentralization occurs with these untrusted inputs under the control of an attacker that can lead to denial of services and more exception loops. So this raises a bunch of concerns. So while it was an improvement over the old system, and the good thing is that the Monero people are constantly that's one of the things I do like, is when you bring up issues, and here's the link to that article in chat. They do update and tweak things, but again, I know, that's why I find it ironic that it's called bulletproof, because as we can see, it is, while it's more resistant than their previous model and the previous coins we covered for hacking and market manipulation, it is not a foolproof, hence the term proof, security protocol, which is why it's really bad in marketing to make this to give people the idea that they will never ever be hacked on this system, instead of giving a realistic thing of we are the most resistant, we are the most private, decentralized out there, which is way less of a misinformation than we are the most secure, most private coin. So we're just putting that there. But remember I talked about with the multiple address system? Well, that's what we're going to get to right now, and this should be the coding bit, so this should be fun, for stealth addresses. So the way stealth addresses work, let me go back to my notes here, and then we're going to bring up the VM and pray everything works, is stealth one-time addresses is basically, Monero by default requires the people who set, the users on their blockchain who send Monero out to generate one-time use addresses using the receiver public address. So it takes that main address and it not makes one but multiple one-time addresses, and all transactions are broken up into chunks. So in addition to the multiple, like sending out more money than it actually should, it then breaks those down into smaller chunks, and then each time it gets put in an address, that address basically auto deletes itself, and so it never reveals what the public address is. So instead of just like what you usually do with most cryptocurrency, putting, which we can for Monero, but putting out a public address that people send to, and of course then you have your private address and private key, it will then generate these one-time use keys that as soon as you use it, you can never use it again because of the way it is set up. So even though all of those have access to the cryptocurrency wallet, the outside party can't know which two transactions have been sent on the public address because they're all of these one-use time addresses. That's kind of stealth addressing in a nutshell here, and I want to double check something to make sure that the code is running here. Okay, I know where we're going to get to. We're not doing the stealth address code, we're doing a different code. Yeah, that's another Monero feature that you're going to see in some of the later private coins, is these generating of stealth addresses. So as I said here, for example, a user, let's call him, I'm going to use Bob instead of Ken. Bob on a stealth address, supported blockchain, is holding 5 cryptocurrency tokens, so 5 Monero. Bob's holding 5 Monero. Bob has complete control over the tokens as long as he holds them. If he wishes to send them to Alice, he will generate a transaction output which will allow the network that Bob is on to send 5 tokens to Alice. Now Alice becomes the rightful owner of the 5 tokens. Bob's wallet will use both Paul's public viewing key and his public spend key, so there's 2 different keys, and compare it with the random string data generated from the one-time use public key address of Paul's output from Bob's output. While the others on the network can see the transactions getting recorded, no one knows that. No one other than Bob and Alice will be aware that it took place between Bob and Alice, because using their own private wallet keys, they'll be able to locate the transaction on the blockchain and retrieve it on the wallet. So that's how it works. It's kind of like the same way of, instead of meeting somewhere and giving someone money with trench coats, you kind of like drive to a place and then you drop off a box and go away, and only the other person who knows the location and what box to look for can come and pick it up. That's kind of how that works. And it's like, and these are, instead of block corners that are static, these are random addresses. So imagine after this person uses this block, the block just doesn't exist anymore. Turn the volume a little bit quiet. Okay, so you want me to turn it up? I can do that. Let's do that. Hopefully that's an improvement. I just didn't want to go into the yellow range, so hope that works. So let me look at my notes here. See, there's a lot of features on Monero, but they're kind of important for the later stuff. Okay, here we go with the coding thing. So the next thing we're going to cover, and this is going to give me a huge headache, is ring signatures. This is a whole signing process here. So ring signatures, and let me bring up what a ring would look like, which I believe I have here. Let me just double check something. Okay. And then again, if anyone has any questions, and thank you for letting me know that I was too soft sounding. That way I could adjust it. If anyone has any questions about what I'm talking about, or if I'm still too, my voice is still too low, or I'm now way too loud, or you have questions about the chain itself, this crazy blue t-shirt, I'm in like some weird bookshelf construct or whatever, how much water I have, which is not much. Although these ice cubes are melting because it's hot as heck in here, despite it being September. Yay, global warming! Let me know in chat. Otherwise, just keep lurking and keep learning. So we're going to get right into ring signatures here. And so in cryptography, what a ring signature is, it's a type of digital signature system that basically is performed by a group of people, and they each have keys. So basically a message is signed with a ring signature is endorsed by someone in a particular group of people. So you know in movies when they have like a door and there's like 2 separate keys on each side of the door on the hallway, and it's like a Max facility, like a Resident Evil lab or something, and like 2 different people have keys and they go in, they put their keys, and then they look at each other and it's like, and then they turn exactly at the same time and it's like, access granted, and the door opens. Now imagine that with more than 2 people, and that's what a ring signature is. Basically, everyone has a signing key, and in order for anything to happen on the network when it comes to transactions in this case, everyone has to sign with this sort of key system. And again, if you look at over here, you can see the math here. You see there's multiple people that, so you have like one piece of data down here that's DEC and its equation, and then each party, if you notice, has its own key, and then it compares the cryptography equation between each key signature, and that way that sum would be the total of what the initial signature in, which allows this piece of data to go through. And that's kind of, in a crazy way, a ring signature in a nutshell. And the way it is implemented in Monero is when someone is sending a Monero transaction, the sender cryptography signs the transaction with an input that they own, and then 10 other inputs to give a total of 11 inputs that might have been used to generate a given transaction. That gives plausible deniability for senders, as an external observer cannot be observed which exact address given in a transaction. So basically when Bob sends something to Alice between two people, so Alice and Bob, Bob has now multiple input nodes, and all of his input nodes at a random number, so it might be all of them, it might be 8 of them, it might be 20 of them, all signed with one-use keys that are verified by both his public and private key. And because there are so many people, there's so many nodes that are all signing, you can't go to one. So normally in a blockchain, you can, using a signage, you can trace someone to someone's account. In this case, there are multiple one-time use keys. It's very similar to the ring CT concept, and no one knows who signed what, because all they just see is signatures. They don't know where these signatures trace back to them. They only know that one or more people might be signing them. So 2 people might be sending things, but there's like 8 signatures. Which one it is, we don't know. And hopefully, to give you a better idea about that, we are now going to go to the VM. This is the part where it's like, drum roll please. So this is Parrot. This is what I usually use. I have a stick off Parrot. Parrot OS is basically like a rival to Kali Linux. And actually, I need to bring back the browser. That's the sad part. I need to bring back the browser for a minute, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, because there's a nice Python program, and you can do ring signatures in Python. And no, I'm a Ruby person, so I'm just using Python because it's the internet. And what I'm going to hopefully show here is a ring implementation on Python that an awesome person on GitHub used. I'm actually going to copy and paste that. I should have put it in our DEFCON 201 GitHub, but I'm going to copy and paste that directly into the chat here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the VM, because I already git cloned it. I just haven't done the setup for it. So this is the part where the fun begins, aka where I start losing my brain cells. I have no idea how NCommander does it on Hack Alt NCommander, which should be coming back next week on Wednesday, and then it will be bi-weekly. So it's going to happen every like 1st, 3rd, and 5th possibly week in a month instead of every week. So that's just for his sanity reasons, because he went from New York to Jersey City. That's a whole mind loop right there. But let's go back to Parrot OS, and what we're going to do is we're going to do the do. No, we're gonna type out the rest of the commands and run the Python setup. So hopefully this will work. So I'm going to do Python setup Pi, because we're already in the folder for PyRing install, and hopefully nothing will crash. And there's an error in the line. Great. There's a syntax. Let's try Python 3. Actually, real quick, let's do sudo apt install y, which will say yes to everything, Python 3, just to make sure that that's there. Okay, so it is the newest version, so let's clear, and let's try Python 3, because every time I usually can't get a Python program to work, it's always because it's done correctly in Python 3. Hold on, sorry. Python 3, then in just default Python 1, I guess you would call it. So let's cross our fingers here. It's thinking a bit, so I don't think there's any line error. I hope this is not going to be one of those things where I should have did this beforehand. If it doesn't, it's up. Let's see. Does not have access to write to this directory. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, that's me being dumb. So I just did the classic type a command. It doesn't work. You know why? Because it's like, wife make me a sandwich. Nope, sudo wife make me a sandwich. So hopefully this will now work, as I just did the noobiest mistake of noob mistakes. So again, I don't think there's a line error. It's just... This is what I hate about VMs, is the amount of space. So I'm trying to think. What I'm going to have to probably do is exit out of Parrot, which I'll do during either one of the breaks or while I'm explaining something. And I'm going to, because for some reason Ubuntu will not properly load. One of these days I'm going to probably do an episode of Crypto Barrons where my girlfriend would just slap me. Yeah, aka your garbage collection system would kick in. But no, one of these days I'm probably going to have a Crypto Barrons episode. Maybe that's why I'll do one of the episodes in December, where I go over every time a piece of coding or tech didn't work, and then show it properly running on... maybe nope. You just answer your own question with that username. But I might do an episode where all the times where something didn't work, and I'll actually show it actually working and running and explain why it didn't work, and then do the conclusion that I originally want to do. But what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to kill this virtual machine, and then I'm going to install Parrot, maybe probably during the second break. And then we will go back to this topic, and then hopefully everything will. Basically what happened is I didn't allocate, I don't believe, enough memory for it to work, because I would love to make this to work in Windows, but I don't think that is going to happen. I actually might try that as an experiment on the break, but we'll come back to this. If it doesn't work, welcome to tempting the demo gods. So let's go back. So I'm sorry if you were disappointed, if you really wanted to see some coding right now. We are going to get into a lot more math, but we will work on that after our second, which will be our final break. That will happen almost, I think, before Mimblewimble, so that's when we're going to do it. So yeah, there's one last feature about Monero that makes it really unique. So again, let's review. We have its enforced privacy. We have it so that all this security stuff we talk about is on at default. You can turn them off, just like you can with women and men in real life at bars, but all this stuff is turned on by default. You can turn them off, but you can basically just start using Monero, and all the security features I listed will work. You have ring CT, or ring confidential transactions, which basically fudges the actual number of the transaction. It spends more than it has to on purpose in order to obfuscate how much Monero you're spending. It also uses a different type of zero-proof knowledge, a non-interactive one called bulletproofs, where it covers up the sender, receiver, and the amount without needing a trusted setup. So you can just send out stuff to addresses. It did replace a previously more broken system, so it's made it more efficient and faster. But bulletproof is not bulletproof. It is more bullet resistant or hacker resistant. But as we know, there's no such thing as hacker proof, so there's still issues with it. But thankfully, I know the Monero Foundation and its open source coders are constantly updating the protocol. And if you want to find bugs or want to contribute to stuff, you can. That's why one of the great things about cryptocurrencies, a lot of them are open source, except for Libra. So so you can do audits like that. It also uses, because of its bulletproof system, it uses stealth one-time addresses, so it generates a bunch of different addresses on oh, I'm sorry, that's ring signature, sorry. That what it does is it generates these one-time use addresses from your actual public key, so you're not actually using, so your public address, so you're not actually using your public address, you're actually using these random one-time use addresses that then just get deleted on the system, and it can send up multiples of that for signage on its ring signature system, which hopefully we'll demo later. Finally, there's this crazy concept that you've probably heard in a previous video that I'm going to now go to the tab to, and that is known as ASIC mining. And I'm going to try to describe this as best as I can. Let's go back to my notes. ASIC stands for Application Specific Integration Circuit. It's an integrated circuit that is used for a specific use rather than general purpose use. And so to sum it up, when you get a lot of modern graphics cards, and you can actually get graphics cards that instead of being really good at video game graphics, they're actually good at cryptocurrency. Most graphics cards now have a setting where you can dedicate your GPU, and maybe even, I think there might already be some CPUs that might have this feature too, where its integrated circuits are designed specifically for mining cryptocurrency than just doing general computation processes. And the thing about that is that that gives rise to giant mining farms. And so what it does is it's not necessarily a bad thing in terms of that you're going to get more coins and more pools and your cryptocurrency will grow better. But if you're looking for decentralization, this is really horrible, because essentially you have the same problem as if we had a decentralized banking system, where what happens when one bank starts just making a ton of money, and then they start franchising that bank, and eventually that bank makes up most of the banks you would encounter. So now you've taken a decentralized thing and you've meant it more centralized, because now most of the currency is going through this one company. And so again, with these giant bot farms with their ASIC mining GPUs and methodologies, it is expensive, but the thing is, there are people out there, Nope, that dedicated to do this because they have the money, like, you know, some Kim.com type fuckers. So when they do this type of mining, it basically now, instead of all these multiple different computers all across the internet mining Monero, there's now giant farms that are just mining using these ASIC integrated circuits. And thus now all the mining pools are more centralized, which again is bad if you're trying to be decentralized, and that's an exploit vector, because if those mining computers are compromised, taken over, zombified, or hacked, now they can do 51% in tax and other things to essentially take over the market of that network. So a lot of coins, and I don't think Monero was the first, but they really prioritize this. They adapted, I'm trying to remember what it is. They adapted a specific type of method that prevents and makes, well, doesn't prevent, but resists ASIC mining. So now in order to do ASIC mining, you have to find exploits and hacks to work around it in order to actually do these sort of mining bot farms. Now, if you just want to mine, they do have just general instructions for it, but it can actually like figure out and kick in its methods of resisting that. And if I remember correctly, yes, is that I believe it uses random X, as it's called. It's like product X. Random X is a proof of work algorithm, and it's designed for general purpose CPU mining. And what it does is it uses random code execution with other memory hardening techniques to minimize the efficiency advantage of special hardware. So what they actually did is that they focused on CPU lining, which is a lot more fast, lightweight, and most computers can do it. And then they equalized it, so instead of an uncapped where the ASIC miners can just go ham and thus dominate, when you try to ASIC mine, it basically forces your mining capabilities back to the level that everyone else has had, which desensitizes the process of getting these crazy miners, when all you have to do is just get one graphics card or a decent computer, especially with a CPU, so you don't even need the GPU, hook it up and start mining, and everyone gets a, so by socializations, this is socialism, by using socialism essentially on the Monero platform, they have prevent ridiculous, too big to fail, power giant, big brother capitalization method, and it's mainly written in C++. We could peek at pieces of the code, and we're not going to actually run this program, unlike the other program that I'm going to try to unfuck. But yeah, that's the random X that is used as default, and that resists ASIC mining here. Let's see. Well, there's a CMake list, so you do have to CMake it if you're going to implement it in its own chains. And this, you do CMake and then make, and it puts all of this thing together as if it says if it's native, if it generates ASCM. I'm doing that because I know it's probably really blurry on your screen. It detects GPU systems, random text, and cogen systems, so it's pretty robust protocol here. And that is, I would think, the best summary of Monero I can do. So again, Monero is one of the standout childs even still today, despite its lack of market. I'm going to get into that in a second, on privacy stuff, which is probably one of the reasons, again, why it's used a lot on the darknet. It's used a lot by hackers, and again, it's used so much by hackers that Monero has their own village that's run by fans of Monero. It's not even run by the Monero Foundation, although they do help. It's run by fans of Monero at DEFCON, so that in addition to the actual blockchain village, like, it's not a part of the blockchain village, it's its own village, so that's just nuts. And like a bunch of the features it have, again, is that they use CryptNote as its base protocol, as a proof of work algorithm. It uses random X in order to prevent ASIC mining, so that it stays decentralized in terms of mining pools. It uses Ring CT to obfuscate. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but obfuscate the actual amount of the financial transactions, and on top of that, it also does stealth addresses, which it will randomize addresses from a private key, so you don't even know where the public address is from. And then on top of that, it has bulletproofs, which is not exactly bulletproof because there are flaws in it, but essentially it's its own sort of it's not a Z-snark, but it's its own zero knowledge proof algorithm that obfuscates all the details of the transaction. And then finally, in order to approve all transactions, it uses an input system to do ring signatures, so you don't even know where the signatures are coming from any of these randomized addresses and cryptocurrency amounts. And all of that is all turned on when you install any Monero wallet, or at least the official one. So you can turn some of these functions off, but they are on by default, so you can immediately start using Monero and trade around. Trying to see here. So I will note about this, ironically, is that Monero, from what I understand, has been declining in terms of market. And it's not because there's any major security flaw or anything. It's actually the reverse. ZCash is more accepted now. It's not as popular. I still think Monero is way more popular to use and definitely has its fan base. Not that ZCash doesn't, but ZCash and Zcoin and stuff become more popular. And the reason is because it's really hard to trace stuff for normal people, like normal law enforcement stuff, not crazy NSA hackers and stuff. But it's more for like the local to like low to mid range law enforcement. It's hard to track. Same thing for a lot of banks who don't want to waste that many resources trying to decrypt. What that tells banking systems, and thus also cryptocurrency exchanges that are centralized and public especially, is that they can't guarantee that no one is using Monero for unscrupulous things. In order to have a public exchange and or a centralized exchange or both, you have to have that readability. That's why Bitcoin is still popular, because you can see all the transactions of who's sending it, who's being sent to, for how much, and probably what it's being used for. You can't do that with Monero. So no exchange like CoinGraph and stuff wants to be sitting around and then all of a sudden Interpol raids them because they found out that the part of the Monero exchange, like $5 million worth of Monero, was being used for child pornography, let's say. This is going to get us demonetized, even though we don't demonetize, but we don't monetize, so whatever. So hopefully we don't get censored by that. But that's an actual real scenario that can and has happened. But fiat money, not even just cryptocurrency. So no exchange doesn't want to be busted for bad activities on Monero, and they can't prove that no one in Monero is doing unscrupulous, terrible balloon sex stuff from Russia things, as we mentioned earlier, because it is difficult, not impossible, but difficult to trace back who's sending it, what's sending it, where, why, and what, how. So they did such a good job that you can't really find central exchanges in order to just buy Monero or to trade Monero. There's very few of them that do so, especially now, because Monero keeps getting dropped, and Zcash has, I'll repeat in a second, has implemented of it. So as I said, Zcash, unlike Monero, while Zcash you can hide certain things, you can still see that there's a transaction. And you can more easily reverse that than Monero. Monero does such a great job at, no, that's fine. I'm just going to repeat it anyhow, just for the audience out there. So thank you, Nope. That's his username, by the way, his handle. Monero does such a good job of obfuscating and hiding details of who's being sent to what and for what reason and how much and everything, that basically central and or public exchanges have not only been very slow to adopt Monero, but they've actually dropped the Monero as a currency in their exchange. So it's like you can't go out and like use Bitcoin or fiat cash to usually buy Monero on most known public exchanges. So you can't find it on CoinGraph and stuff like that, or CoinGecko, because they don't want to accept that risk if Monero is being used for an illicit activity and then get invaded by like Interpol and the FBI and stuff like that. There are some exchanges. You have to go looking, probably go to CoinGecko and check. There's some public exchanges that do it, but it's getting less by the day. And a lot of times now, Monero is being used by what are called decentral exchanges. In the future, I don't know if it's going to be next episode, but in the future, we're going to probably do an entire episode just on decentralized exchanges. Might be its own episode, might be tied into a different topic, but we're definitely going to cover that. I'm not going to cover into it now. But that's actually kind of, when you think about Monero's bottom line and their like goals and their white paper, like their like constitution, they actually probably would prefer that, even though they want to be as popular as Bitcoin, that you can get them on these centralized exchanges, and that you have to use them because that's more privacy, that's more privacy resistance, more decentralized. So you're using a decentralized method to get Monero to then use all of their decentralized and privacy methods. So it's that trade-off again. Do you want to be popular? Or do you want to be secure? So even with Monero being as popular as it is, it's still trying to balance that trade-off. Again, compared to Zcoin or Zcash, especially Zcash, where while it is cryptographic, it's only cryptographic enough that you can still reverse details, and there's some details that are still public. And again, it's not enabled by default. You have to turn on those privacy functions. And that means most people from Zcash just use most of their functions in the open, just like the way Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Ethereum on. So there's a lot more Zcash on public exchanges, Binance and things like that, and my favorite South exchange personally so far. Then there is Monero. And that's, again, it has nothing to do with, like, it's not that Monero's privacy stuff is more shit than Zcash or the reverse or whatever. It's literally Monero does such a good at its job that's created its own problems. And the reason why you need to know all of these different stuff about Monero is because some of the coins that we're going to cover right now use these type of things. And we're actually going to jump ahead a bit. We're going to cover 2 coins, and then we're going to get into Mimblewimble, and then trying to remember the name of it. I always call it NimIQ, but like Nimic. Yeah, Nimic. And then we're going to be good for this episode. We're going to distribute lemons, rate a channel, and good. And I have to refill water anyhow before we cover Mimblewimble. So knowing Monero, let's check out 2 other privacy coins that are kind of based on the same thing. So you have, I'm going to call it Pivx. There's no R in there. I feel like it's pronounced Privex, but it's probably Pivx. It's like a millennial spelling of privacy, with like X at the end for the extreme. And from what I understand, what you need to know about this is that it's basically a fork, if I remember correctly, of Ethereum, and they're implementing Z-snarks into it. And that's not a disservice against it. It's actually a lot of people really like this cryptocurrency. And another thing about it, as you can see here as we scroll, is that unlike all the previous coins, including Monero, that are proof of work, so it actually has to do a computational hash function in order to generate the proofs in order to validate the chain. So you need to use either your CPU or GPU or some form of math, some form of effort or research from your machine, whether it's virtually emulated or via hardware, to validate all the hashes on the chain, to create and validate all the hashes on the chain. Privex, like we mentioned with Pinkcoin on our second episode, is a proof of stake, meaning if you have Privex in a wallet, you can section it off in its POS, piece of shit, or proof of stake little vault, and then as it's in there, it's kind of like the stock market, where it will multiply in value, and that staking method, that will earn you coins. So you're mining money by having money, instead of like mining money by like hitting out a wall with a pinball hammer until valuable pieces of money break off, which would be more like the proof of work mining. You actually have to work to do it. In this case, just by having money, you create more money. And so that means there's arguments, because a lot of people argue that proof of stake is easier to hack than proof of work. I kind of agree, but to me, there's so many vulnerabilities with both of these methods, and that have happened between these different coins. And again, we're going to get into that when we go into an episode, probably in November, about hacks and scams in the cryptocurrency world, that honestly, it's just like a pick your poison. Just pick one thing and then try to properly secure it. That's what Monero did. Proof of work wasn't the best thing for Bitcoin either, but they put the ring signatures and the ring CTs and the one-time use stealth addresses and things like that, and they made it more secure by those methods. Same way how like Firefox, even with the stuff that's baked into it, is not the best privacy browser. It's the best compared to Chrome and everything, but you can add stuff, you can put extensions, you can change options and make it more secure, and that's what you need to do with proof methods. It's also on like everything: Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and you can look at their GitHub here. So let's see. With the proof of stake, which is something that I will mention during the hacks and scams, because of its proof of stake method reward system, doing a 51% attack on Pivex is really difficult to do. They've also implemented that. Remember that sapling protocol from ZCash? Again, that's the Z-Snarks. It's doing its own version of that in there. So that's a whole thing. And they've also promised a bunch of things like low fees, and also because of proof of stake, just like with Pincoin, it's energy efficient. Things like that. So I just wanted to cover. That's my kind of like Dash. It's like my shout-out coin. And we're gonna jump ahead here because this is gonna be fun. And we're going to cover Raven coin. What is a Raven coin? What is all that? Well, let's have them explain it. We're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna talk a bit about Raven coin, and then we're gonna take our second final break. I'm gonna update some things during that break, get some water, cry, because we're about to do a lot of math on this, and then we'll hand out some lemons, raid the stream, hack the planet, and then that's the end of the show today. Again, this is probably going to be the longest. What are we at? We're at almost 11. See, this is it's like every section takes an hour in this. I will again repeat before we cover Raven coin that if I sound too low, if I'm too loud, if you're confused about anything, like Nope did a while back, which good for him because that allowed me to explain something again way better than how I initially explained it. If you have questions about my blockchain, how I look, why am I a brown person, why do I wear glasses, things like that, any sort of thing, let me know in chat. I love reading the chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. And if you appreciate and you like the information you are reading about on today's episode of Crypto Barrons, or you want to check out some of the future episodes that are going to happen, there might be a stream tomorrow. Let's give a hint about that. Our next meeting is going to be on October 16th. It's going to be like sound Trump voice. It's going to be huge. It's going to have. I'm not kidding. There's so much activities. We had to pre-announce certain activities just because there's going to be so much stuff on that meeting. And if you can't remember October 16th, hit that bell, share, and like us, follow us or subscribe, and share it to all of your friends. When you do so, we do see the notifications live and cheer you on for it. And if you also want to donate lemons or bits or any of the other things, unfortunately we don't have subs on Twitch yet. Not dominatrix subs, subscriptions. But we will eventually have a monetary system probably in late October to November if you want to give back. But regardless, we just like when you follow us because we'll cheer you on because we see the notifications for those. Same thing if you send lemons or BTX or what's the stuff I just said that's in Twitch? Bits. So let's hear what Ravencoin has to say about themselves real quick. I'm going to switch the volume control here. I'm really shocked nothing's crashed yet, but I'm just like jinxing it by doing that. Here we go, Ravencoin. Who are you? That was lame. Now, I love how you can tell that programmers probably... everything fell. Programmers mainly work on this project because they use the generic blah music that you get, I guess that's default on every like Apple Macintosh, and like just threw a bunch of slides instead of like the cool slick like Monero and Zcoin presentation. Not that, again, you can tell with Monero that like they know their stuff. They have like hardcore coders, but you can tell that they have like people who are investors and marketing team that designed their video. While this was just like, yeah, we'll just put a bunch of PowerPoint slides and let them figure it out. But Ravecoin, that I should look up if that exists. Ravencoin is kind of interesting because it does have its privacy stuff here. Let's see here. So the question is that people might have is like what makes this different? So first of all, it uses what's called a Kapow algorithm, and here's the key here. Ravecoin, I believe, has a stealth address system, and they do coin mixing. But what Ravencoin is, do you remember last episode with ZeroCoin when we talked about ZeroNet and how it uses the blockchain that to verify, to have like each block on the chain is a user instead of a yes, like a high school presentation, exactly. Again, it's like, you know how there's programmers art, that was a programmer's presentation essentially right there. But remember when ZeroNet last episode, we were talking about how each block, that instead of being a cryptocurrency, they use a blockchain where each block is a user, and using the cryptographic hashes, that's how they could verify users. Well, what Ravencoin is essentially, it is like, if you get the Pokemon reference, it's the ditto of cryptocurrencies. What you can do with a Ravencoin is essentially you can, just like with ZCash, you can burn a Ravencoin token, and then you can use that token however you want in the token system. So while Ravencoin does technically have a market value by itself, you can, for example, let's say I wanted to start an online casino, I could buy like a seed token money for my online casino, like 1 million Ravencoins, probably take a while, burn all the coins, and then that Ravencoin I can rename and use as my own tokens, as actual tokens of, like, you know, the casino chips in my digital casino without having to make my own blockchain. So in the same way how Namecoin, you can attach any sort of data to it, you can't attach any data to it, but essentially you can basically make Ravencoin into any coin that you want. And the reason why it's so secure is instead of using like Monero's cryptography functions, which it has some protections on, again the way it does its mining and stuff, it's using the insane amount of decentralization. You can only get Ravencoin through a decentralized exchange. They also have their own decentralized exchange to work. The entire methodology, the assets that are listed are changed, are decentralized, and they do that so that way Ravencoin is itself a blank slate. So again, you can use Ravencoins as tokens for any sort of thing while still getting every advantage of using an actual cryptocurrency. So that's what makes Ravencoin unique, as you can see here. Outside of, I think, BitterX, will notice here, most of these are all crazy decentralized, except for maybe BC Bitcoin exchange. So the whole thing is the coin itself and also the community that runs it. No one has real names. Everything's extremely decentralized. Let's go to their GitHub page real quick. I think that opened a new tab for no reason. So that's what makes Ravencoin extremely unique, because this is Ravencoin's experimental digital currency that enables instant payments to anyone anywhere in the world. Ravencoin uses peer-to-peer. That's key. It's a true peer-to-peer coin. To operate with no central authority managing transaction issues, monies are carried out collectively by the network. So the voting methodology that they use, which is backed by cryptographic hashes, determines the value of Ravencoin and what it's used, and like the methods it's used for. It is not, as it says here, as I said, in the fictional world Westeros, ravens are used as messengers. Note how they're doing a Westworld reference, because get ready, because when we get to Mimblewimble, again, you'll realize everyone who engineers blockchains are giant dorks. They're like Star Trek fans and Westworld fans and Games of Thrones fans. The marketers are all dude bros from Hoboken. So just keep that in mind, because when we cover Mimblewimble, I'm actually going to explain where the word comes from, and it's going to make you laugh and blow your mind if you didn't know. But yeah, they said ravens are used messengers, carry statements of truth. The Ravencoin project is launched based on hard work and efforts of all these people. It aims to implement a blockchain which is optimized specifically for carrying use case transaction access, such as securities from one to another based on extensive testing, development testing of Bitcoin. Ravencoin is built on a fork of the Bitcoin code, so it's a fork of Bitcoin. Key exchanges include, it's way goddamn faster because it's decentralized. and it's not a weighted distribution schedule, so it's really fast, really open, and it's completely centralized and decentralized and open source, and is issued and mined transparently, and there was no pre-mining, so all the coins are basically more kept at their original value, depending on the marketing flows. And there's no like other developers and stuff. There's no like foundation really for Ravencoin, just all the users. It's very like, this is probably the closest you could probably get to like an anarchist coin, even though that's, you know, I hate throwing that type of term around. So yeah, so again, we covered a bunch of different coins. We learned about Z-Snarks and all its math on that, and we learned a lot about Monero to take a quick look at 2 other coins. So we're going to round this off by looking at 2 last coins. We're going to go into Mimblewimble, which is a type of math hash methodology. That is going to be the second math part, which is why I need a lot more water and love and affection, because I'm hating myself right now for doing this. Love you guys, and I love doing the show. I'm just talking about like the sheer amount. You notice we've covered like what? We've covered like 6 coins and like so many different maths and cryptographic methodologies and stuff. This is a very dense episode, and that's why I'm bitching. So I'm going to stop now because I'm from New Jersey. I know what suffering is like. But I'm going to go on break. This break might be slightly longer just because, again, I'm going to try to reload Parrot, see if I can get that that whole piece of code to work. If not, again, I'll do an episode for the end of the year where I'll show everything working from all the previous episodes that didn't work because, you know, freaking demo gods. But yeah, we're going to go on a break. I'm going to set up some stuff, and then we're going to cover Mimblewimble. We're going to cover a different coin. I'm going to make a couple of announcements. We're going to go rate a stream, distribute lemons, and then party for the rest of the night. So yeah, listen to these awesome fat beats, and I will see you hopefully in a couple of minutes. If not, maybe at max 10 minutes. Maybe at max. But stick around. We're going to finish this off. It will be cool. So see you guys in a moment. Again, enjoy the music. I will be right back. Hello everyone out there, I'm back. I told you that one was going to be a long one. What I will say is that I did reload the DM and it seems to be running well, but it's updating really slow because there's so much data. So basically I hope that while I cover Mimblewimble and the other remaining cryptocurrencies, that in that time it will be finished and then I'll be able to show what I was going to show back during the ring signature. So hopefully, cross your fingers, that will get done. But I'm back. I'm Sidpeockt. For those who don't know, who are just turning in now, I am one of the... oh boy, I was indigestion. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. DEFCON 201 is a computer hacker hobbyist group that is a subset of DEFCON groups. You can find the other groups at defcon201.org. That's DEF, D-E-F-C-O-N, con. Groups.org, and we are DEFCON 201. We're based out of Jersey City, New Jersey. That's why we have 201, because the 201 area code is the OG first area code, which is located in Northeast New Jersey. If you want to know more about us and our upcoming meeting on October 16th and some of the other shows and details like Hack Alt Commander next week and a possible special live stream tomorrow, you can you can go to our website at defcon201.org. We are also on Twitter at defcon201nj. And if you do a DuckDuckGo search, or if you go to our website and look to the left, you'll see we're on all sorts of social media. We're on Instagram. We're on Mastodon under hostducks.social. We have a GitHub. We might be back on TikTok and a bunch of other different things. So definitely check us out. Also, if you like the content that you've seen so far and you're curious about the other shows or when our next meeting is, don't forget to click that like button, hit that bell, share, subscribe, and follow us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. When you do during the channel, we see the pop-up on there and we cheer your name on because we very much appreciate it here on Crypto Barrons with the blockchain. What was I going to say? And please share us to all of your friends. So without further ado, let's get back to business. So as we said, we've been covering different security methods, privacy and security methods of cryptocurrencies who do a lot more for private and security than default Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and a lot of other altcoins out there who are more focused on the finance stuff than the decentralization, privacy, and security stuff. We've covered many coins right now. We looked at Dash's private send, which that information will be very useful next episode because it's basically about coin mixing. We looked into both Zcoin and ZCash, where the Z represented the Z-Snarks, but the Z-Snarks protocol. We then took a break and we looked into Monero and its laundry list of features, from ring signatures to ring CT to one-time use stealth addresses and ASICs resistant mining and all sorts of crazy stuff. But now we're going to probably end with the most craziest thing, and then we're going to end with a cool thing that I want to experiment with, and that is the Mimblewimble protocol. I'm kind of regretting now doing this update here. But, so the question is what is, actually I wonder if I can cancel out doing the updates. Would that break anything? We'll terminate it. Let's see if that, nope, that didn't kill anything. Good. What is the Mimble of Wimbles? Mimblewimble has a very unique background, and you're probably wondering, that's a weird name. What is all of that? Let's go to my notes here. So, basically, there was a person who you know how like Satoshi, who we don't know his name, came on the scene and just dropped a white paper years ago on the concept of cryptocurrency, which would eventually turn into Bitcoin? Well, some crazy person named Tom Elvis Jutsur, which is, again, this is the key here, these are all Harry Potter references, made this whole manifesto white paper that you see here that I'm going to read in parts. This was published on July 19, 2016. It said, Bitcoin is the first widely used financial system to which all necessary data to validate the system status can be cryptographically verified by anyone. Hold on one moment. Oh, damn it. Doing something with the virtual machine. Oh, darn it. Go away. Go away. Go away. Hate this. Frickin' pop-ups, right? Yeah, so they're acknowledging how big Bitcoin is, and that, however, it accomplishes this feat by storing all its transactions in a public database called the blockchain. And someone who genuinely wishes to check this state must download the whole thing and basically replay each transaction, check each one as they go. Meanwhile, most of these transactions, and let me fix a new thing here. That will solve that problem. Let's see here. Meanwhile, most of these transactions have not affected the actual final state. They create outputs that are destroyed as a transaction later. At the time of this writing, there were nearly 150 million transactions committed in the blockchain, which must be replayed to produce a set of only 4 million unspent outputs. It would be better if an auditor needed only to check the data on the outputs themselves, but this is impossible because they are valid if and only if the output at the end of the chain of the previous outputs each signs the next. In other words, the whole blockchain must be validated to confirm the final state. Again, we covered this back when we did when we covered our first episode, Crypto Barrons, where we actually coded a blockchain and showed how it worked with the nesting hashes, so that the current block verifies the previous block and so on all the way to the Genesis block. And he's talking about how slow and data intensive that whole that whole thing is. Add to this that the transactions are cryptographically atomic, meaning they're self-destructive, and it's clear what outputs go into each and every transaction, what emerges. The transaction graph reveals a lot of information and is subject to analysis by many companies whose business model is to monitor and control the lower classes. You can tell the anarchist slant here. This makes it very non-private and even dangerous for people to use. Some solutions have been proposed. Greg Maxwell discovered to encrypt the amount so that the graphs of the transactions is faceless, but still allows validations that the sums are correct. Dr. Maxwell also produced CoinJoin, a system for Bitcoin users to combine interactive transactions, confusing the transaction graph. Nicole Van Sofken has developed a system to blind the transaction entities, goes much further to the cloud transaction graph, and so on and so on. These solutions are very good and would make Bitcoin very safe and easy to use, but the problem of too much data is made even worse. Confidential transactions require multi-kilobyte proofs of each output, and Van Sergen's signatures require every output to be stored forever, since it's not possible to tell when they are truly spent. Again, more data, more, you're adding more privacy solutions, but more data, more problems. So he's going through that where he wants to pitch Jan Horace's Mountains idea here, called one-way aggregate signatures, or OWASP. OWASP has a good idea to combine transactions into blocks. Imagine that we can combine across blocks, perhaps with some glue data, so that when the outputs are created and destroyed, it's the same as if they never existed. Then, to validate the entire chain, users only need to know when the money is entered into the system, new money in each block, as in Bitcoin or Monero, or pegins for side chains, blah, 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 blah. Then we can have confidential transactions that hide the amount of OWASP to blur the transaction graph and use less space than Bitcoin to allow users to fully verify the blockchain. And also, now finally imagine that we're not pairing base cryptography or our new hypothesis and just regular algorithm signatures like Bitcoin. That's his proposal. And he decides to call it Mimblewimble because it says used to prevent the blockchain from talking about all the users' information. So it's a Harry Potter reference. Mimblewimble is a type of curse spell, if I remember correctly. That simply what it does is it apparently in the because I used to read Harry Potter a long time ago before J.K. Rowling went completely batshit insane, and as you can see now if you look up stuff. And what's happened here, and I'm going to post this white paper in a moment. I'm just now git cloning the original program, and hopefully everything will finally work. I'm actually going to share it right now. Mimblewimble is apparently a spell that when you cast it, it basically glues the tongue of the victim to the roof of their mouth. So your tongue, the roof of my mouth, just size, so like Dr. Strange wall, and basically it yeah, that's why I'm explaining this. And basically you're illegible and you can't reveal anything. So if someone's about to be like, hey, I know who got that girl pregnant, it's and like that's what it's supposed to do. So that's why it's calling it Mimblewimble, and also why his username references Harry Potter. You're going to see a lot of Harry Potter references because he's talking about truly obfuscating the data, and in that process making everything much more streamlined and efficient. He kind of goes into details here. I posted the OG white paper in chat, and I'm going to now explain to you how they do it and how that works, provided that my machine does not crash. So I'm going to go back to here. Ta-da. So basically it's a let's see, here we go. I'm on the wrong thing here. Click over here. And then I actually want to go back to Ravencoin again because I completely forgot about something involving Ravencoin and its security. So we'll get back to Ravencoin in a moment, but let me describe this. So basically, shortly after it was published, there was another author known as Ignatius Percival, which is another character of the Harry Potter universe who created the invisibility cloak. You're starting to notice a pattern here. Started a GitHub project with Mimblewimble, and that's going to be called Grin, and you can see the website on the screen. We're going to get to that in a second. And now I'm going to explain how Mimblewimble works. So let me explain to you how Bitcoin's unspent transaction output works, so you have an idea. So let's say we're going to talk about fiat money. So in real life, you have Alice and Bob. Told you we're going to meet them again. This time they're at a cafe and they have $1. Or maybe they're on opposite sides of the world, but they have bank account transactions. You know, they can go online and log into their bank. So Alice has $1. Alice wants to give Bob $1 US. They're both in the US, just to make it more simple. So when Alice sends $1, she loses $1 from her bank account, while Bob gets that whole dollar added to his bank account. Why am I explaining this? This is like, duh, kindergartners know this. Like, why are we going through like stupid basic stuff that even Trump would understand what was going on? Well, the weird part is that's actually not how Bitcoin works. And because a lot of stuff is based on Bitcoin, that's not how most cryptocurrency works. So the problem is that, remember how I talked about Monero with the different outputs, and that's the way it obfuscates who's signing what, right? So Bitcoin, that's why those outputs exist, because Bitcoin has the same number of outputs. And the reason why it has multiple number of outputs is so that Bitcoins actually are sent in chunks from the sender to receiver. This is supposed to speed up the network, even though it's now in slow. And it would be fast if the network was smaller, but Bitcoin, as you can see, is like, has so much money it can give God a sex change. So when so the chain is so huge, this becomes a major problem, because let's go back to Alice and Bob. Let's now change the whole subject. Instead of USD, with Bitcoin. So never mind that's really expensive. Let's just look at numbers. If Alice wants to send 1 Bitcoin to Bob, instead of the ledger minusing 1 Bitcoin from Alice's account and establishing on that ledger, and then writing on Bob's account he has a +1 Bitcoin added to his wallet. Yes, he doesn't understand a lot of things. He doesn't understand stairs, umbrellas, and the concept of human rights and democracy. But that's another talk for another time that I love to talk about. But I just want to get through the math on this. So again, Alice wants to send Bob 1 Bitcoin. So instead of the Bitcoin ledger being like, okay, we're going to minus 1 Bitcoin from Alice's account that she has, that we verified that she has on the blockchain, and now we're going to add +1 to Bob's account. So now he has 1 Bitcoin in his wallet. what instead happens is the network bundles up the multiple inputs from the previous Bitcoin transactions that were sent to Alice from her previous balance as a balance to the one coin. So when she sends to Bob, instead of 1 Bitcoin minus 1 Bitcoin and then plus 1 Bitcoin to Bob, it's more of Alice has plus 4 nodes, so like 0.1 Bitcoin plus 0.25 Bitcoin plus 0.35 Bitcoin plus 3.3 Bitcoin again, which are all the inputs that are bulked together, and then Bob, because they adds them all up, gets the 1 Bitcoin. So imagine again with the dollar scenario, if Alice had 1 US dollar and Bob had another US dollar, that in order to give it over to Bob, she has to like rip apart the dollar bill and then give it to Bob, and then Bob takes tape and tapes it back together. Now sometimes that has happened because, you know, some people like to transport money into a hurricane or they butt dial that bad. But that's actually how Bitcoin processes transactions. So instead of just one simple 1-to-1 ratio input and number sequence, she has 4 inputs, and this is kind of random, and you can also manually adjust the outputs, but there are also cases in the Bitcoin network where one transaction, for example, because these adjust based on the scale of the chain, have hundreds of inputs. Also, if the sum of the inputs is greater than the transaction amount, the transaction will then generate a new output, adding more to the previous outputs. That way, the first output will include the exact amount that will go to the person receiving the Bitcoin, and the rest will be returned to the sender. So every transaction has to be individually signed by the wallet software. It has to process all of those inputs and signatures and data, and it's incredibly insufficient. Shame on you, Satoshi. So how do we deal with this? Well, this is kind of where Mimblewimble comes in, right? So, as we said before, Mimblewimble is a much efficient system, and it's going to be this weird scenario, as I'm going to describe here, where ironically, by being more efficient, it actually makes things more private. Now, as I said, usually when you streamline something, you're trading ease of use and efficiency essentially for the security, and vice versa. The more security you have on something, the more confusing it gets, and thus it becomes way less efficient. We're actually making it more efficient, and ironically, it's going to make it more secure. So, remember how I mentioned about the Peterson thing, right? Not Peterson tools, that's master of unlocking, but that whole thing. So, what this does instead is it's replaced by one multi-signature model for all inputs and outputs. So there's a set amount of input and outputs, and there are randomly generated but equal amounts of signatures. These are confidential transactions. So if Alice wants to send Bob a Bitcoin in this example that has Mimblewimble, both Alice and Bob create a multi-signature key, like the ring, like for example that ring signature, that is used to verify the transaction. So the irony, by using these randomly generated multiple keys, no addresses need to happen because these are all one use. After they're done, all these addresses are over. So you don't even need like an actual permanent public address. I mean, you have a private key, a private address, but you don't need a public address. Instead, the parties share a blinding factor. This blinding factor basically encrypts the inputs and outputs of the transaction along with both parties' public and private keys. Again, why it's called blinding factor, because no one can see it, either party. The blinding factor is shared secretly between the two parties engaged in the transaction. So during that factor, it replaces the addresses. Only 2 parties to the transaction know that they were involved in that transaction. So again, the outside people looking in, they don't even know a transaction took place, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how much or who or whatever, and that keeps the privacy really high. Because remember that Monero thing? So imagine there's no actual main address, and it's all just those shareable keys. And there's also now a 1-to-1 ratio because all the outputs are even. So by making the outputs really efficient and then adding randomly generated keys with good cryptography on there, we have reduced the amount of computational process that the chain needs to do, while ironically making it more secure. So the only verification that you need for this protocol is to check that no new coins were created and that the parties taking the transaction have ownership of these keys. So you verify that process, again, using the blinding factor to keep the transaction private. So here's a good example, right? So it's like, they'll look and be like, okay, 5 plus 5 equals 10. So it's 5 plus 5, the 10 is a solid number, it's a 0. So it shows that no new coins were created. So during the 5 plus 5 equals 10, there's no new coins, so that the net balance is now 0. So the secret number, let's say it's 10, is the blinding factors, adds its calculation, and then is multiplied by all the variables on the equal amount of inputs and outputs. So let's just say there's like basically 2 outputs. So you have 5 times the 10 by 5 times the 10, which is 10, 10, and that means 50 plus 50 equals 100. So the math, because we added numbers, is now consistent, which is in the blinding factor in the second equation, so the values remain private. So when it does that, it knows that the math is correct. Does that make sense for everyone? And so the transactions are then given to the multi-signal header at the end of the transaction. This multi-sig header consists of all the inputs and outputs that were merged during the transaction. So that's what it stores on the chain. Remember, they're one-time use, meaning you can't trace them back to the original key. So by doing blinding factor math, making sure it only uses X amount of inputs and outputs and does cryptography and math on those outputs, we don't need a public address that we need to post publicly anymore. We've made the data way less, and everything's more efficient. So what it's doing is what Mimblewimble calls cut through. So instead of doing all this stuff, so it's A and then all the numbers, like A1, A2, A all the way to B, it just does A to B. Now it forks off and does A1 through 5, but it automatically at the same time, and then automatically equals B. So it just cuts through and does that. So again, a single block consists of hundreds of transactions, as well as all this information, right, stored on the blockchain. These blocks can be compressed with the cut-through stuff. So you can reduce the amount of information without risking the security of the blockchain. So for example, let's say Alice sends 1 Bitcoin to Bob, and then Bob, we're going to add another character here, sends 1 Bitcoin to Charles using Mimblewimble. In this case, it will now have 2 UTXOs. So the first will hold the input for the first Bitcoin, and that reflects how it got to Alice, right? So the output of that is the result of the first transaction, which confirms that now that Bitcoin was sent to Bob. Then the second UTXO will consist the output of the first one, which means that Bob owned it, which now outputs that to Charles. This is a more efficient blockchain instead of just doing hashes that have to go through multi-threading processes in order to add the amount. So that so that eliminates the output of the first transaction, the input of the second transaction. So there's only 1 input and 1 output needed to verify how she got the 1 Bitcoin. So that further compresses the blockchain size, making Mimblewimble one of the most lightest chain implementations ever created. So just as a recap, so the problem with Bitcoin and a lot of cryptocurrencies is that what they do is when you send an entire Bitcoin or even fractions of a Bitcoin, it furthers them into multiple fractions and then adds those up to the other person. This creates multiple hashes, basically redundant data on the block, and because it's doing multiple nodes that don't have a scale cap, the data for processing and storage gets out of control really fast, which is one of the main reasons why Bitcoin's blockchain is slow. Mimblewimble does 2 things. One, it uses the Peterson commitment with a blinding method. So it says, like, for example, okay, you're only doing 5 inputs, which that means there's also only 5 outputs, and it adds the blinding cryptographic factor in, so that when it does that, it creates one-time uses addresses and sends all that data over equally on the even amount of inputs and outputs that is confirmed for the chain, and everything gets sent through. And then it uses the cut-through technique, which basically eliminates all the redundant knowledge of things having to be passed off, so you have 1 input and 1 output. So between the cap amount of outputs and and the cryptography method being used, and also just cutting all the redundancies, we have not only made the blockchain slimmer, but because now we don't have to ever post public keys, we only have to do generated one-time use private keys for every single transaction. We have now made the system way more secure, which is one of the main reasons why it's basically the magic bullet. It somehow makes your blockchain way smaller and thinner while still having a huge amount of a ton of transactions while also making it more secure by default. So Ignis, the other Harry Potter reference, made Grin. Grin, while it does have a market value, it's more done as an experiment because there's multiple coins that are actually now using Mimblewimble. They're adapting it, but there's another one that was also made called Beam, and I can sum up Beam, which is why we're not going to focus on it really well. Beam is the Dash of the Mimblewimble protocol. Even though we slim down the chain, it's very centralized. It's aimed to be used as a fiat currency. Grin, at worst, is an experiment made by hackers for hackers to not only implement Mimblewimble, but try to implement this whole process as securely as possible. And at best, will probably eventually, if Monero doesn't do anything or adopt Mimblewimble themselves, I honestly think it might replace the main money transactor for hackers and the dark web and stuff. And again, not to say this is foolproof, there was a flaw that I'll get into in the hacks episode that they found with Mimblewimble. But the key is that, and we'll actually get into that in a moment, but that was patched. They were aware of it, and they were actively patching it. And basically when it was announced, they've added fixes to it. We'll get into what that thing is, that hack was later, but let's get into Grin itself. As you can see, you can kind of tell. I like that when you scroll, the smiley face Mimblewimble logo turns. But you can kind of tell by the black and white, the type of fonts and everything. It says, electronic transactions for all without censorship or restrictions. You can tell that hackers made this thing. I mean, look at this low-res, like, security camera thing that they made here. Grin is the privacy-preserving digital currency built openly by developers distributed all over the world. I'm now going to check the, if I can, I'm going to check the VM, which actually should be mostly ready by now. Hold on a second. Okay. Just want to adjust some things here before we continue on with the Mimblewimble. Oh, I don't want to make that mistake again. There we go. So Grin has no amounts and no addresses. This is like a pure implementation of the protocol. Transactions can be trivially aggregated to hide the origins of newly created transactions. It gets relayed among a subset of peers before it's widely broadcasted. And it's not controlled by any company, foundation, or individual. There's no grid foundation. There's just a bunch of people who like to add to Grin programming, and it's open source. So basically, if you start adding code to Grin, congratulations. You now are contributing to Grin. The coin and also, so that also means the coin distribution is designed to be fair as possible. So it's designed to emit 1 Grin per second. So whether it's the democratization of the leadership, where Grin is going and its trajectory, or the actual financial state of the coin itself, the stability or security is completely up to everyone's hands. There's no central authority on this. And as they say, it leverages cryptography, allow past transaction data to be removed with no compromise on security. This avoids Grin collapsing under its own weight of data having to be kept down the chain. And what's also kind of interesting, again, this is all like different projects, so you can download, which we haven't yet, because we're going to put this on a new computer eventually, but you can download, so yeah, there's more stuff on here, but yeah, you can, let's see, so you can download the wallet on Windows, Mac OS, or various forms of Linuxes. Let's see, what do they actually use for the? It's just a tar zip, so I'm pretty sure you have to build it. And then there's community projects. So there's no set main wallet for Grin. People have made their own GUI wallets, because if you just download Grin, there's no graphic user interface. There's no GUI. You will do this entirely through command line, because again, hackers made this tool. There are community projects that do add GUI to it. You have Grin++, which is a node and wallet, because you have to set up a node in order to create the wallet itself, which is unique to Grin. So it's not a wallet and then you access other nodes. Each wallet is its own node, which we're going to get into with the last coin later, and that is entirely written in C++. And there's also Iron Belly, which you can see here. You can actually get it on the Android and iOS store, download the APK directly from the website, and it's an in-beta wallet for your iOS and Android device for mobile devices. And then there's Niffer, which I believe is made in Rust. It's made in JavaScript and Rust. I think we have a video. I believe we have a video that talks about it. So let me look. Yes, that is the C++. We just said that's the C++ GUI client and node system for Grin. We actually, so I thought we had the video for it. Let me check something here. Is everyone fine in chat? Does everyone understand like what I've been saying and stuff? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? Like what's been going on? Let me know in chat if anything's off, or if you have any questions for me, or you just want to chat. If not, keep lurking and keep learning. We love you here on DEFCON 201's live stream, and especially on Crypto Barrons. What I'm going to do instead is, since unfortunately I didn't download the video, I'm actually going to go against my better judgment to Niffer's website, because they should have an embed, the community website for Niffer, because they should have a YouTube video. See, it's Grin fans. There's no like main Grin repository here. They should have a, here we go. They have a video here. Actually, did I already have the video open? No, I did not. I'm a crazy person. Hold on. What did I put here? Oh, that's a different thing. That's the, by the way, that's what the transactions look like. See, you have these inputs and outputs, and you know how there's like an actual set here. So it's all predetermined here, and there's no excess. So these were the inputs and outputs that were removed just to make it slimmer and more secure. Yeah, we're going to go and we are going to watch this cool video, a bit of it at least. Hopefully my stream is not dying. Let me double check. You guys out there, can you message in chat? Make sure you can all hear me here. So that's just, I'm just going to do a test in the chat. My computer is definitely chugging now. So, something happened. Ah, I know why it's chugging, because I'm doing the Python installation here. So, hopefully, if this stream randomly just dies, that is just me, that's just my VM killing the entire machine, because I am not the sharpest light bulb in the shed. So yeah, we're actually going to skip that video. What I will do is I'm going to stop the loading of it, and hopefully that's what happened there. We're going to go back. I am going to post the video link in, see, this is why I usually like rip and preload the videos on here instead of trying to load them directly off the website, just to alleviate the amount of bandwidth being used for there. So just because I'm doing the other VM, see, I should have installed, if I had more time I would have installed the other thing earlier, but I'm really dumb. So I just want to, instead of sending the test here, I'm going to, if it will let me, there we go, I'm going to send this YouTube link out. Don't click on it. I want you to all stay here, but this will allow me to make sure everything's streaming properly. And also, that way you can see yourself. It's a nice visual thing about like how to install the Niffer wallet. Yeah, it says it's made, actually, sorry, it's not made in Rust. It's made in Vue, half in Vue and half in JavaScript with some HTML to patch it all together for the ease of use GUI part. And yeah, you can seed plays, you can send and receive, and what's really unique is that also about this version of the wallet as opposed to the Grin++, is that you can actually generate a URL. This is nuts. You can actually generate a URL that you can pay to. So you can actually put a URL in the browser, and it will automatically try to interact with, like, if you're going to send Grin with your wallet and do everything from there. It's pretty nifty. So before we continue on, I'm going to double check the... God, I wish I... Alright, so I will say this. Because of the way the VM is going, I will say right now that I might have to show... Oh, it just finished. Yay. I'll go to that in a second. No, we'll actually do this on air, provided that my system doesn't go insane. If it does, I will show it on a different episode, because I definitely want to do an episode in the near future where we go over, like, how, is this the same file? No, it's not. On how, on all the programs that were supposed to work that didn't work that are now working. So they're going over their thing for people who remember this for Bitcoiners. Again, the three main properties of Grin and most Mimblewimble protocols is there's no addresses, there are no amounts, and that transactions, one spanning another, can be merged on a block to form one, removing all the intermediary information. The first two properties mean that all transactions are indistinguishable from another. Unless you directly participate in that transaction, all the inputs and outputs look like random pieces of data. So they just look like random curve points when you do the whole QST graph, and that because there's no more transactions on the block, a Grin block just looks like one giant transaction, and all the original associations between the inputs and outputs are lost because they're one-time use, so it makes it really secure. And this also makes it, because of that, it's really scalable because it's really slim. And it says here that, as if Alice gives money to Bob and then Bob gives money to Carol, Bob was never involved, and his transaction actually is never seen on the blockchain. Pushing further between the blocks, most of the outputs end up being spent sooner or later by another input, so all spent outputs can be safely removed. There's no need to hold them in the chain anymore. And while the blockchain can be stored, downloaded, and verified, and a few gigabytes or less, so Grin's really scalable and is really slim and really fast, with also being really secure. And in addition to Mimblewimble, it also does multi-signature transactions, atomic swaps, time lock transactions, outputs, and it also can run on the Lightning Network. As they say, there's no address. All outputs and Grins are unique and have no common data with any previous outputs. They're relying on a known address to send money. Transactions have to be built interactively with two or more wallets in exchange for data for another. The interaction does not require both parties to be online at the same time. That's another thing. So with that, like a party be outlined, sent, and then once that person gets on a line, they see their transaction update. Someone just asked here, if I listen to the transaction relay, can I just figure out who they belong to before it becomes cut through? And they said you can figure out which outputs are being spent by which transaction, but the trail of data stops there. All the inputs and outputs look like random pieces of data, so you can't tell if the money was transferred. It still belongs to the same person, which the outputs is the actual transfer with the change. So it's like looking at a star where instead of looking at what the star currently looks like now, you're seeing the star from billions of years ago, the light from it. It's probably actually gone, but it looks like it's there because you're seeing like kind of like the after image of it. They have a technical introduction down here, which I think is a thing that I've already opened. I can't tell. And then we're going to kind of look at some of the people who built this thing. Is this the same address? Yes, it is. It's the same address. All right, so I'm actually now going to go back in time to the Grin website, and we're going to open up this tab. And then we're going to move on to the, we're going to take a pit stop on Ravencoin and then mention something else, a different cryptocurrency. And then we're basically done with this episode. So I'm actually shocked of how kind of sane I am during this. I also expect this video to get more views later on, like once it's updated and thus pre-recorded than it is now, even though I did a good pull today. And again, if you like the show or you like the content or whatever, you can click like, follow, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. If you're on DLive, we are going to send a bunch of lemons out at the end of the episode. If you're on Twitch, we're going to raid another stream when this is all done, so stay tuned. So let's see. So as they jokingly say, because the Harry Potter reference is tongue-tying for everyone. As privacy on by default, this enables complete fungibility while precluding any selective disclosed information. It scales with the number of users and minimally with the number of transactions, resulting in large space saving compared to other blockchains. Strong proven cryptography. They only rely on elliptical curve cryptography, which has been tried and tested, as we explained when we explained the Z-snarks. Design simplicity makes it use, and it's community driven and very decentralized, to the point where I will point out, unless you're mining Grin, the only way you can actually trade Grin is on a decentralized system. So if you're on a decentralized exchange, you can exchange Grin there. I have not seen any, because of all this, I have not seen any centralized or public exchange that actually exchanges Grin. So let's talk a bit about elliptical curve cryptography. Elliptical curve cryptography, as they wrote here, for the purpose of cryptography, is simply a large set of points that we'll call C. These points can be added and subtracted, and thus result is a point on a curve. On the curve C, so as we saw with the graph, it's different points. Furthermore, a point can be successfully added to itself, which is represented by a point of multiplication by integers, also known as scalars. So anytime you hear blockchain talking about scaling and scalars, that's what they mean by that. So if you have a point that's called h, an integer that's k, and you're using the scalar multiplication operation, you can basically do k times h, which is also a point on the curve. So you can then add another integer like j, and you can do like k plus j times h, which will equal both k times h and j plus h. And you use these multiple operations to maintain the distribution property of the network. And as you said, yeah, this is an evolution of crypto, because we're going to get into Mimblewimble being adopted, because it's a really nice system, to be honest. So you pick a very large number like k, and let's say that's the private key, so k times h is considered the corresponding now public key. Even if one knows the value of the public key, k times h, deducing k is close to impossible, or said differently, the previous formula, k plus j times h, which also equals k times h and j times h, where k and j are both private keys, demonstrates that a public key obtained by the addition of two private keys is identical to the addition of the private key for each of is identical to the addition of public key for each of the two private keys. In the Bitcoin blockchain, that sort of deterministic wallets heavily rely on this principle. Mimblewimble and Grin implementation also do deterministic stuff, but in completely different ways. So as they write here, again, they're looking for privacy and confidentiality guarantees, so they're looking for verification of zero sums and possession of keys. And for the verification of zero sums, they want to basically reveal that transaction happened without giving the amount. So this is where we go into math. Building upon what we talked about before, you can obscure the values of a transaction. So for example, if V is a value of a transaction, input or output, and H is a point on the curve of C, we can simply embed V times H instead of V in a transaction. This works because by using the ECC, you can validate the sum of the outputs of a transaction equal to the sums of the inputs. So, for example, instead of just V1, V2, V3, you can do V1 times H, V2 times H, and V3 times H. Verifying this, that's like when I did the whole, that's the blinding method. This is what they're talking about here. Verifying this properly on every transaction allows the protocol to verify a transaction that it does not create money out of thin air without knowing what the actual values are. It just knows that it computationally makes sense and it comes out right and there were values. Note that knowing V1 and the resulting V1 times H reveals all the outputs with value V1 across the blockchain. So let's introduce a second point, G, on the same curve. G is basically another generated point on the same group as H. And the private key R, and that is going to be used as the blinding factor. So an input or output value of the transaction can be expressed as R times G plus V times H, where R is the private key and the blinding factor. G point is on the elliptical curve of C, and the point, so the R times G is the public key for R. So that's how they generated the public key, using G as the generating point. V is the value of the input and output, and H is another point on the elliptical curve on C, together producing another public key. So you have two public keys. So neither V nor R can be deduced, leveraging the fundamental properties of that sort of cryptography. And this, as I told you earlier, is a pedestrian commitment. That's why I wanted to simplify out of the way and then do this kind of crazy deep dive. So, as they write here as an example, let's say you have two transactions with two inputs and one output. So, ignoring the fees here, we have VI1 and VI2 as input values, and then VO3 is the output values. So basically, if you want to do math, it's like 1 plus 1 equals 2. VI1 plus VI2 equals VO3. So generating a private key as a blinding factor for each input value, and you can replace each value with the respective mastering commitments in this type of equation. So what we're going to do is RI1 times G plus VI1 times H. So it's like the numbers before, but a lot more complicated. RI2, because these are the blinding factors, times G, then plus VI2 plus H, which will equal RO3 times G plus VO3 times H. You following here? I know this is a lot of math. It makes sense to me, which then basically results as RI1 plus RI2 will equal RO3. That's the first pillar here. It's math that validates the transaction without knowing any of the actual values. So then we're not going to I don't think we're going to go through this whole thing here, but we're going to get through a bunch of it. So let's talk about, where is it, ownership? Somewhere here. So we introduced that private key as a blinding factor to obscure the transaction value. So the second thing that Mimblewimble does here in this particular mathematical equation in basically Grin is that the private key can be leveraged to prove ownership of the value. So let's say Alice sends you 3 Grins, and to obscure the amount, you choose 28 as your binding factor. Note that, the binding factor, the private key, is essentially an extremely large number. So this is probably way bigger numbers, but just for the sake of simple math, we're just 328. So that will look like, let's see here. Yeah, that will look like X equals 28 times G, because that's the generation, plus 3 times H, because that's the point on the curve. X is the additional result is visible to everybody. So that's the actual public ledger var. The value of 3 is only known to you and Alice, is only known to Alice, and 28, the blinding factor, is only known by you. So to transfer 3 coins, again, the protocol requires 28 to be known somehow. To demonstrate how this works, let's say you want to transfer these same 3 coins to Carol. You'd build a transaction such as XI. It's over the value of whatever Y is. So XI is an input that spends your X output, and Y is Carol's output. So this is the next transaction. There's no way to build such a transaction balance without knowing your private key of 28. Indeed, Carol's balances this transaction. She needs to both know the value that was sent to your private key, so that Y, so Y minus XI will equal the value that's generated from that 28G plus 3 times H minus 28G minus the 3 times H, which will equal 0 in both factors. So by checking that everything's been zeroed out, this reduces the amount of garbage. We can create, again, to make sure no new memory has been created. So now we check to see if any new coins were created or not. So now that you know the private keys and Carol's output key, and so you could steal money, technically, right? This would be a vulnerability, right? So we know the key now. So if we were able to intercept that, we'd be able to reverse engineer this. So to solve this, Carol uses a private key of her choosing, just like we did with the blinding factors. This is her blinding factor. She picks 113, let's say. So on the blockchain, it basically now reads as Y minus XI will equal that of 113G plus 3 times H minus 28 times G plus 3H, which will now give a different blinding factor value, which is 85 times G plus 0 times H. So now the transactions no longer sum 0, and we have an excess value, which is 85, which results in a summary of all the blinding factors. Therefore, the protocol needs to verify the transacting parties collectively and can produce the private key. So basically, by knowing the excess, it can guess that there is a private key involved and that it's correct because all the math lines up, without knowing exactly what the private key is because of all the blinding factors involved. That's how that works. And then there's some fine points and other things that are going to give me headaches, so I think I'm going to cut the math off from there. But if you want to know more about this, I am going to once again go in, and provided that this computer is fast enough, there we go, I am going to put that all in the link so all of you math heads can review and see what's going on. It's a GitHub/Mimblewimble/Grin, and if you go down to the intro doc, they also have it on their website. You can read all of this crazy math. But I just want to sum that up so you can get, on a pure math sense, how these input outputs being minimized and then getting rid of the excess garbage and the cryptographic technique that's used between those outputs actually work. Ooh. Oh boy. So as you can see, ironically, by slimming the blockchain down like this and getting rid of the excess garbage and using even better cryptographic methods, this is a heck of a lot more secure chain. And because of that, not only has Grin been created as a successful experiment, and there's been other coins that have jumped up like Meme, but other cryptocurrencies are now pressured and are looking into adapting Mimblewimble. And actually, the very recent one that happened last episode is that Litecoin has implemented Mimblewimble in their testnet launch. So they did a testnet back in September, earlier in September. It was like 2 weeks ago, I believe. They implemented Mimblewimble as in its own network to test it out, and it was extremely successful. It was really hard for most people to figure out all the transaction stuff. So now they're going to look into, it's going to be optional from what I understand, but they're going to implement that you can actually turn Mimblewimble on. Like, you'll have a choice. You can either have a standard wallet or the Mimblewimble method, and that will then generate that address. And if you already have one, you can generate a separate one that's also Mimblewimble, and you can use this Mimblewimble technique, how many times can I say this word, to use Litecoin on, which automatically jumps it as being as wide open, bad security, yet faster than Bitcoin, by having the same security problems, to being as secure and even more faster by implementing this approach. Now, as I said on Crypto Barrons, I'm always here to be real with everyone here. And again, if you like my realness and you like this show and you also want to see some of the other shows, because I am small potatoes, not only am I honestly equally as good, if not better, with lockpicking and lock bypasses on my show Master of Unlocking, which is going to happen next Sunday, but I'm also, we have, our co-founder G.I. Jack has a great show called Archvile Linux Perspective, and Commander should be back with Hackle and Commander next Wednesday, where he dissects mostly retro computing stuff, but he has a lot of crazy hacks, and we might be doing a stream tomorrow. I'm going to announce really soon. But if you like this sort of realness, you can like, follow, share, and subscribe us on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. If we see that, we'll see the pop-up notification and cheer you on. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. But we do appreciate those follows. And if you have any questions, if I'm going too fast, if I sound boring, if I'm too slow, you have questions about a topic or about me or DEFCON 201, which you can answer most of those by going to our website, defcon201.org. You can always ask in chat. Otherwise, again, keep lurking and keep learning. So I always like to be real on this program, and so I will want to mention that again, as I mentioned before, Mimblewimble, like everything that is a computing thing or in just security in general, has been hacked. And Dragonfly Research, which I know them from because I believe they're Polish, figured out a method, a fundamental flawed method. So basically, they figured out the exact addresses for most of the network in real time. And he doesn't think there's a way to fix it, but if I remember correctly, and I can't bring this up now, but I think it's next Sunday. That should be on. It's going to probably be in October. I have to look at if it pops up. That just knocked it off. I have to look at a calendar to tell you the exact number. It'll be this week, so it's going to be October 4th. It's not this Sunday, because we're technically in Sunday because it's 12:10 a.m. So it's not later today, although we might have a stream later today. It's next Sunday, so it's the Sunday after the one we're in right now, because this one doesn't count. So that'll be October 4th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They think it's inherited to Mimblewimble, but I know that this has been patched and upgraded in Grin. I can't explain why. I'll have to do a recap episode where I can explain how they've kind of patched this. So, as I mentioned, it's grown in popularity, and they figured out linkability. And again, they said relied upon for robust security. I'm pretty sure if someone combined Mimblewimble with like a lot of the privacy and ASIC resistant stuff in Monero, we could probably have one of the most secure coins you could create. That's just my opinion, but that's what I think is going to happen there. So here's what they found out here. So the attack does not let us determine the amount that people are getting paid, They say it successfully obfuscates the payments. What it does do is it de-anonymizes and their attack determines to pay who. So let's see here. So let's say Coinbase knows a certain address that belongs to a Venezuelan. No, that's fine because we're all in different time zones. We're on Eastern Standard Time. So anytime we talk about times, it's always Eastern Standard Time. I try to remind that to people because we're on the internet. There's different time zones, and COVID has made us lose complete track of time. And if you want me to keep track of time, just like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. We're going to start sharing lemons on DLive soon and Raid really soon because we're at the end here. So as they say in their example, say Coinbase knows a certain address belonging to a Venezuelan individual named Daniel. You, an American user, try to cash out on Coinbase, but after de-obfuscating the transaction graph, Coinbase determines they've received money from Daniel, though they do not know how much you received. Due to the OFAC restrictions on Venezuela, Coinbase shuts down your account. Or say, like an authoritarian government does the same thing. And they said this attack would not be possible, ironically, to loop back in ZCash because ZCash is unlinkable. Every time ZCash shield transaction has a large anonymity set, and that's I think how they fixed it in Grin, is I think they made a huge ass anonymity set. Essentially a set of transactions that your transaction is indistinguishable from, so it blends them all in, as we mentioned before with the Z-snark. Think of it like blending into the crowd, right? So this is what like Zcash's anonymity set works. And in Zcash, each shielded transaction anonymity set includes all the shielded coins. So this is the base maximum anonymity that, from an information theoretical perspective, new payment, there's a bunch of geekoys, and here's all the correct ones. So the problem with Monero that they found is each transaction anonymity set of all believable decoy transactions. So we have all this, but then all the fake ones are in an obvious block, and then there's a new payment. So usually believe Mimblewimble's anonymity set includes all the transactions in the same block, and it look like that. But in reality, it actually looks like this. So there's kind of a bit of a leakage there. So as you can see, this animated graph. So there's like anonymous, but they make, it's kind of like the problem with this set where they put so many false gates on this that you can actually use this false gates to figure out what the true gates are, and that's what they're doing cryptographically here. And the problem is, this is the problem, is that it's set to a single address, and I think that's how they solved it, was they did multiple addresses for the public addresses, which then did the one-time uses, and then they fixed that. To be clear, this is not an indictment of Grin. They have great respect for the Grin community. They just, and it's stronger privacy than Bitcoin and other non-privacy coins, but that their argument is that to them overall at the time, that the year or two ago, that it was weaker than Zcash or Monero because of the sort of attack that they use. Let's see. So they're talking about cut through here, where it eliminates all this garbage, this cloud part's the garbage, and you can see how it cuts through on the blocks. The problem is, they say, this coin join has to be built up from one transaction at a time because the transactions are constantly being created and broadcasted from separate places. If you run a sniffer node that picks up all the transactions before the cut through aggression is finished, it's trivial to unwind the coin join. Any sniffer node can just observe the network and take note of the original transaction before it gets aggravated. It's pretty straightforward if you just archive all the messages you observe in the P2P network. So this is the sniff part, and it's sniffed later, and you can see there's a difference there, and that's where you can tell the missed transaction. Again, it's like using a shadow to determine, and my phone is slowly dying, so this should be fascinating. And then the other line of defense is Dandelion here. I forgot to bring that up. It's a networking technique that obfuscates the original user of the transaction, so it sends it to a SEM phase, and then it crazily goes out in a fluff phase, and then it normally goes back together. So, as I said, normally in Bitcoin, the originator transaction just shouts the transaction to all the peers, and it quickly cascades through the peer-to-peer network. But in Dandelion, each transaction broadcast starts with a secret game of telephone. That's all I'm going to describe about that. And that works for obscuring IP, but Dandelion has a second feature within Grin where it also defeats sniffer nodes because every transaction starts off in a Dandelion chain. When two transactions cross the Dandelion chains, they get aggravated early. So they, like, to use the example, to use a plant pun, because we're talking the Dandelion, the chains cross-pollinate at certain sectors. So if that happens, by the time the transaction broadcast is for everyone to observe, they can't disaggregate them because they've already been coin joined. So that's sort of the way that works. So as I said, he says, in my attack, he was able to decrypt 90% of transactions while only connected to 200 peers of the total of 3,000 peers in Grid's network. But if he wanted to spend and this is his whole thing, and this is probably the limit, is that he spent a ton of money. Well, a ton of money relatively. He spent $60 in an AWS service, I believe. I think that's what he wrote at the top. Let me scroll to the top. $60 a week. Amazon Web Services he used. And he also didn't have to do a single supernode. The same attack works by launching 300 separate nodes within unique IPs, each only connected to one peer. As long as I'm sniffing all the transaction data, dumping it into a central master database, the attack still works. So as he says, he thinks Grin has no clear path to linkability. I think they did solve that, but because his ratcheting out the daylight factor can easily be combated by a motivated attacker. This is also another problem with a lot of attack stuff, is that these guys have the money and resources and abilities to do this. Like, I can imagine maybe big crime would want to do this, or maybe big government, but again, it's like the same way how like SWAT teams can take, they have battering rams to knock your doors down. They have missiles. Like, you have the locks on your doors and stuff to keep out normal people and would-be robbers, and not like experts and government agents and stuff from getting in, because if they want to get in, whether it's really sneaky or really obnoxious, they will get in. But Mimblewimble still has unique and valuable properties. So their argument is that Mimblewimble on itself is not strong enough, but it can be improved. They're just unsure if Grin could do it, and I believe Grin did it, but I couldn't find any research of how they did it yet. So maybe in a future episode, if you know someone who worked on Grin or whatever, you can comment on that. So we're now going to get to our final two things, because we're going to correct one thing. So the final privacy coin I'm going to bring up after we did all that is really weird. It is known as Nimic, I think it's pronounced, or I think this reloaded. Okay, it reloaded. This is sometimes I call it NimIQ, but I guess you pronounce it Nimic. So what is Nimic? Remember how I said with Ravencoin that, well, it does have some base privacy features. Its main privacy feature is how decentralized it is. Nimic is an extremely new coin. I think it launched just last year. And what it is that it has some of the same functions as, has cutting-edge cryptographic technology and stuff, but its main thing is its decentralization. And what makes its decentralization unique, even though I am worried that it's built on JavaScript, is it is designed to work in your browser. And in the future episodes, we are going to cover things like MirrorMask and stuff, browser extensions that manage things like Bitcoin and things like that. However, Nim is unique because it only exists as a browser wallet. So I would argue that probably if you know how to compromise browsers, you might be able to compromise the wallets, but not necessarily the blockchain possibly. But it's kind of unique where basically when you install Nim, not only can you just install any browser, works on Firefox, Chrome, Safari, all of that, but every time you made something, that also makes the node, so every browser can be a node. And considering how many browsers are out there, that is a lot of nodes. And because it's browser-verse, it's easier to use and develop for. It makes everything really accessible. Their argument is like how Wikipedia makes, while libraries themselves are accessible, you still need to get a library card. You still have to physically, you still have to travel out there to the library physically. It has to be open, and I don't know why everything's getting blurry now, but at least on my stream. But if I can load this here, what makes it really unique is that they simplified it in the same way like Wikipedia is more accessible than the library, because as long as you have a device and a browser, you can access Wikipedia anytime you want at the comfort of your own home. And for some reason, the page is not loading properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to skip ahead. And I've actually begun to set up a wallet. So this is going to be cute. So we're going to choose an avatar here. I don't like these, especially, why do they send a cop avatar? Let's get new avatars. And again, my browser's going nuts because of the VM system. So, like, brace yourself. This is like unintentionally long. Actually, what I'm going to do is, not all of them, but I think I'm going to kill a couple of some of these websites so that I can lessen the amount of data that is being used right now, if I can. If not, we're just going to say, actually, what we'll do, just so that I have sanity here, is let's go back to that ring signature system, right? So let's go back and let's go back to Parrot if it will let me, as the stream horribly skips. And let's actually do this. That way I can close it, and then whether it works or not, everything should run a lot smoother. So let's turn on Parrot again. So as you can see here with this VM, because I had to add a lot more memory and resources to it, hence why everything's probably lagging right now, but hopefully my voice is coming through. Chat, let me know if the voice is coming through. And again, if you like what you see here, you can click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. I'll see the notification pop up, cheer you on. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. But yeah, after basically this Python script did all the CMake and make stuff without having to go through make and CMake. So there are a lot of checks and functions and stuff. So now we have this installed, and I'm going to clear this, and we're already in the Pi ring. So we're going to attempt to play around with it with the instructions that they give. So there's a simple interface is provided. So we should be able to, from here, unless it's like, is it installed in the menu applications? I don't think so. If it is, let's find out. It should be called Pi ring if it is. I doubt it. Actually, what am I doing? I can actually search for this. Hang on. Menu. I love how this is such a scrunched up version of Parrot. It's kind of cute. See if it pops up. Yeah, nothing came up. So I think it's all command line. So it should work. So we're gonna use these commands here, and we're going to generate a key pair for the ring signature here. And it should work because we're already in the folder. So, and I'm just gonna assume it needs sudo. So I'm gonna do sudo, and we're gonna. That's not what I wanted. Why is the copy paste broken? Come on, come on. I don't want that. I might actually have to type this out. If it won't copy and paste, I'll just type it the F out. There we go. Ring dash keygen. Let's see if this works. Ah, here we go. File which to store the private key. I'm just going to type out what they recommended. So home, user, pi ring. Because as soon as I turn this off, this whole thing's going to end. Pi ring. Ring key. Let's do that. And then we're going to set one for public. So home, user. Oh, I actually double typed this. Ah! Alright, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go back into Pi ring because I'm an idiot here. Hopefully that won't destroy the program, but we're gonna CC back into Pi ring here. And then try this again, because the lag made me mistype. Because I swear I know the English language, so just give it a moment for... Did I click it right? Okay, there it is. Sudo ring keygen. Let's try to do this correctly this time. In fact... Oh. We already double entered, so I'm just gonna try what happens when you don't enter anything. Does it actually type the... Okay, no it doesn't. Perfect. So yeah, alright, so we're gonna... Third time's the charm. So we're gonna exit out of this and we're gonna try this again. And this time I'm just gonna put the first two blank. So we're gonna sudo the keyring again because I'm an idiot. And then we're gonna close this, and then hopefully everything in the browser works. So I'm just gonna be like, that's the default path. That's the other default path. You can also do no passphrase. Let's put a passphrase in there. I'm just going to make one up. Okay, so apparently we had that all set up. So hopefully that all works. So I'm going to clear it. So that generated our new key. And let's see here. this command will generate a random message. Let's play with that and put that in there. I know this is like not the elite programming you're seeing, but I'd rather just enter everything right at this stage. So this is sudo head -c100 at that area, which is dev urandom message. So that should make a random message. So that created the random message. And then the next command is we're going to assign keys here. So we're going to assign it against those 2 public keys that we generated. So let's see if this works. So remember how we had to do the 2, and now it's going to assign it on the ring. So let's do sudo. Let's not be stupid. Hopefully this works. God, I hope this works. So this should be ring sign, the message ring key, and then the 2 keys, and then it should ring sign. If not, I will type it differently. Entering that in. I didn't know where to open the second ring key. So let's take that out and just enter this in. I think what happened is maybe we had to put in the we actually had to put those directories. So let's generate a new key pair and sign that again. Let's actually type this out this time. Home user ring key, and now home user ring key dot pub, and we're going to do no passphrase for this. Oh, I guess it can't do it twice because it's already in there. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do that again and call it something different, right? So home user ring key, sorry, ring key. Actually, let's do something different here too. And then home user ring key 2 dot pub. No passphrase. Okay, we're good. Now let's go back to that previous command. So ring key and ring key 2, and actually let's do the full OG command. See if that works now. There was an error. Let's try it now without the this part. See what happens. Nope, there is an error. It's a Python error. Wonder, do we need Python to actually do this? It was working right before. Let's try it. Python 3. Okay, it just doesn't know what it is. Alright, so as usual, we tried to program and it didn't work, but I hope you kind of understand the logic for this. Where we generated a key, and then we made up a random message, and then we signed that message with both the .pubs, both of the key signatures, and then using the main new sig that was created by both of them, we can verify that, and then the ring is complete. That's what I basically wanted to show. So with that out of the way, I can actually now turn off the VM, and hopefully a lot more resources will now be open for everything. Power off the machine. Thank you. Alright, so oh yeah, everything's already smoother. So let's see. So we have a bunch of avatars we could choose. Actually, let me go back to this guy here. I already feel everything being smoother. Oh, it loaded. Okay. So the actual security part loaded here. It says decentralized network. To attack and control 50% of the network would be necessary, aka the 51% attack, making it substantially more secure. Top of that, no one can access your login, not any team or any government, as I said, to protect your funds. You have a log file, and you have recovery words, and you can increase your security here. So, oh, I don't have the, sorry, I don't have the browser on, I'm an idiot. So yeah, this is what they're showing here. So you protect your login as you have a login file. And with combination where password can grant access to your account, and then it has recovery words that you could do if you lose your login, you can regain your access. It's 24 words, and they also recommend. This is a great beginner's thing. Wow, this is really nice. They recommend hardware wallets, a long password, being aware of phishing. That's the first time I've ever seen that for a crypto thing. Using secure software like Kryptonite to warn when you're soliciting mischief. I have to check that out, actually. Enable two-factor. Wow, they really covered everything here. And then they also have a community page. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try to attempt to create an account. And then I think that's the end of the episode. That's the end of the episode. So you can notice how the stream is going way better now that the VM is not running. That was crazy. Let's see here. Joint effort. They have a Discord and everything. They have an Instagram. Oh yeah, they have an Instagram. We tagged them on it. All right, so let's get down to business and try to end this episode. So that's Nimic, and let's try to create an account. So let's see here. There's a pig, cowboy. Let's keep generating new avatars. I kind of like this guy. It kind of reminds me of me with the booze and stuff. There's a mohawk, which I like. Just want to see what's here. These are weird ass avatars. I think my phone it's about to die. I don't know what I want. I definitely don't want any police birds. No ACABs. Let's see here. This little squid with money might be cute. I don't know. There's a burb lobster. Kind of freaky. I can see how they're generating them because you can tell that they're like in chunks. So that's kind of neat here. Now I wish I got that booze guy earlier. Let's see. More burbs. Man, someone's really a fan of birds on the team. Let's see if I can keep generating this until I get something I like. Hopefully I'll see the booze again. Someone should have the booze again. Oh, this one has a telephone. It's not my favorite color, but it's a telephone. I'm choosing that my avatar. So now we're going to enter a password here. 8 characters or more. I have a solution for that, of something you can't see. So I'm going to open up my actual KeyPass wallet here. I'd use the police bird. Security through obscurity. You're going to give the presence of authority so that no one would question that you're doing weird activities. I like that thinking style there. Nope. Alright, so this will be called Nim IQ. Nim IQ. Twitter. Unless you are a cop, which is perfectly fine if you're watching this, although I hope you're not just killing random black people. I'm just going to put my default one here, and now let's generate the password. I don't want to go too huge on the password here, so let's see. I already have a good length. I'm going to turn on also random characters, and I'm going to randomize it once. Let's try again. Just want something a bit more random. That looks good. So I'm going to apply that password. So that's the password now, and then I'm trying to remember what their website is. I'm going to go back and copy that in there. Oh, and I think these are spaces for other accounts, so that's good that I'm not limited to one account here. It's the first time I'm ever using this. I actually like this a lot. So that's going to be my new password. I'm going to save that in here, and later I'm going to copy the file over so I can have it on all my machines. So we're going to use this password that will hopefully not reveal itself. Yep, and that's the reveal thing, I think, again. So now we're going to repeat that password. Oh. As a security function for KeyPassXC, I'm going to actually have to copy it again. So now we're going to create an account. And I'm actually going to switch out the tabs real quick, because if it is going to generate backup words, I obviously don't want that on the stream, so I'm going to temporarily turn off the browser and then see what's going on here. So there's also a new wallet, but we're going to go in here for now. I have a unique ID here. I just want to make sure here. So I think I'm fine by showing this. So I'm going to turn this back on. But yeah, that's all we needed to create this wallet here. So you see I have transactions, We can receive free NIM. If send, receive, and a scan QR code. Oh, I can actually scan it. Oh, this is if I was doing webcam or browsers and stuff. That's really neat. So instead of an app, you can literally run this as like a web application through your phone. So that's really neat. I have contact list. No. I'm pretty sure I can change that later. I'm called pink account. So you don't even have names. That's kind of neat. So that actually adds more immunity. And you can download the log file to my account, which I'll do later. I'm just curious about the receive free NIM. So I have to solve a CAPTCHA, which is that. So it's an inbuilt faucet. Yeah, it's a faucet, a NIM faucet. So I just got my first NIM. Wow. No wonder why people are hyping this up. This is really easy to do. Like I know it's decentralized. I just don't know about the security of this. But I'm gonna, especially if the value takes off on this, because I don't know what the value is right now. Actually, let's go look that up. Let's go to CoinGecko, and look up it. But like, if this is an okay value, even if it's even like a % of a cent, I would honestly recommend this for people who are just getting used to cryptocurrency. I have no idea how it works. This is literally like your grandma's cryptocurrency. So NIM IQ. So it's ranked in the 200s, which is not completely bad. And that's it in Bitcoin. Let's see if I can change it to what it would be in cash, if I can. Because I'm trying to remember the, here we go. Here's the option. So fiat currencies. United States should be here somewhere. The dollar, basically. You see United Armadis. Here we go. Suggested currencies. Oh, so it's 0.2. That is not bad at all, and it's going up. Neat. Okay. Cool. Again, I like the decentralization of it, even especially that it's like you don't have any like usernames and stuff like that. It's really easy to use. All you'd have to look at is the actual cryptography part, and of course, it being in browser makes me worried because I do browser hacking a lot, and that always makes me nervous about like, about who's doing what with the browser stuff. So yeah, that I'm gonna recommend this for like if someone has ever like wanted to use cryptocurrency and they're kind of a bit concerned about their privacy and like the skeeviness of it. But cold hard frozen cash, stuff it under your mattress. Yep, nope. But and they've always wanted to try cryptocurrency. I'm actually recommend like go on this, and then I'd help them install like a wallet like a week or two later. This is really cool. I'm glad I got introduced to this. Yeah, Nimic, well, you have a weird, unpronounceable name, but good on you there. All right, and that is, as far as I know, if I can go back to here, that is the end of our episodes. That was Crypto Barrons, where again we study cryptocurrency technologies and blockchain technologies as technologies and code and math, rather than the usual snake oil salesman marketing stuff that you see. Even though we do cover bits of like market and community stuff. But yeah, that was I think what we streamed for like 8, 9, 10, 11. We streamed for over 3 hours. I don't know if that's the longest episode, but I think that's the longest episode without too many errors in it. And I'm actually going to turn off the browser and engorge myself on the main stream here. I'm becoming mainstream, so I'm going to set myself in the corner and here we go. So that's my big head again, and you can properly see the blockchain now. But yes, this is Sidpeockt from Crypto Barrons. Now we're going to do our usual ending thing, and thank you for everyone who is still on this stream. Don't leave quite yet, because we are going to raid on Twitch TV, and we are right now heading to DLive, and I have no idea who is out there on DLive or DLive right now, but basically I'm about to go into my own stream, and if you are on there, we have over 1,000 lemons now. We have a lot of lemons. So I'm probably going to advertise this more on the next stream, and I'll quickly reveal also what the next stream is. But yeah, I'm going to now, if you are in DLive, I don't know if anyone's watching, but I am going to hit that treasure chest right now. I'm going to distribute, let's see, what can I do here? I'm going to put in a bunch in the treasure chest here, and I'm going to distribute this amount, and I'm just going to keep raising it as time goes on. So I'm going to distribute. So anyone on DLive right here, I hope you're getting something cool. If not, now we're going to go over to Twitch, and we are going to see who is on the Twitch right now, and we're going to raid their stream. It's after midnight, so it's probably not a lot, if any. So I'm going to following, and then I'm going to click on who's live. I already see a little preview on the side. Worst comes to worst, we're going to follow Woke. So Max is streaming, Maximilian dude, but Woke is obviously streaming. They have 5K going on. Let's see here. What's going on here? Serious Gaming. Miki Puff is going through Tokyo right now. Hard Drop's doing a charity stream. We might raid that. We just might raid that instead of Woke, even though Woke is really important right now. There's some convention going on iSock Live. Lemons work exactly. So the rumor is that Twitch stole the concept of bits from DLive with Lemons, but basically, if you've ever heard of bits on Twitch, where you can buy, it's not cryptocurrency on Twitch. It's basically it's like Linden dollars, whatever. You buy basically bits, and then you can send them over to people, and then they can cash those out. So instead of subs, you can basically do one-time payments through bits to support someone. Lemons kind of almost work in the same way. If you like someone, you can send them a lemon. I can't remember what a lemon is worth right now, but I know that $10 gets you a lot of lemons currently. So that's why I was very happy when someone donated a lemon before, even though now we have a ton of lemons. So, okay, so it's either going to be Woke or the Hard Drop charity stream. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do Woke now, but later on we're going to host the charity stream. So let's go into the creator dashboard. No, but I'm pretty sure if you use a faucet of cryptocurrency for like 4 months, you might be able to afford that, especially if you're like on Ethereum. That might be a thing. So yeah, we're going to raid Woke as usual, provided if this lets me load. And we're going to start the raid now. So basically, again, thank you all who is currently on here watching Crypto Barons. If you're on the recording stream, that's fine too. I do this every second and fourth Saturday of every month. So the next episode of Crypto Barons is going to be on October 9th. And this is going to be, October 10th, not the 9th. And it's going to be really special because October is Halloween. So we're going to be doing a bunch of Halloween-themed stuff throughout the entire month of October at DEFCON 201. But particularly for Crypto Barons, we are going to do... Our two episodes are going to be kind of spooky related. So next episode on October 10th is going to be called It Came from the Dark Web. And not only are we going to look at Tor, I2P, and other dark webs and explore how cryptocurrency is used on these dark webs. Now, we're not going to teach you how to do illegal things, but we are going to teach the process where if you were to exchange, like, I don't know, let's say you wanted to buy like books off of like a Tor website or something. Just saying, we would teach you how to properly suffragate your coins, what coins to use, how you would pay and stuff like that, and like what all sorts of markets are out there, legal and not legal, although we're not going to detail any legal stuff on the stream. I can guarantee that for you about cryptocurrency darknets, but we're also going to look at some cryptocurrencies that exclusively pipe or have adaptions to pipe their coins through dark nets and encrypted networks such as Tor and I2P. We're actually going to visit Monero on that specifically because they have an interesting and frustrating method to send Monero through I2P. So that's going to be on October 10th, and then on October 24th, let's see, 24th, will be our second Halloween episode of Crypto Barons, which is called We Can't Stop Here. This is Bat Country, where I'm going to be doing an episode I've wanted to do for a long time, and we're going to look at the Brave browser. We're going to look at the browser itself as a browser, its privacy, its BAT token, some of the cool features it has, and a ton of the negative stuff, especially in recent years, that have come out that's made people question the entire concept of the Brave browser and the BAT and the basic authentication token, otherwise known as BAT. So our next Crypto Barons episodes are October 10th and the 24th. End Commander's show, I believe, is going to be on this Wednesday on October 30th, closing out the year, provided that he's fine enough, which he should be by then. Also, in addition to my show, every second and fourth Thursday is Archvile and Linux Perspective, which our co-founder G.I. Jack goes through his Arch Linux system, and he does a lot of coding and gaming on it. And then, as someone mentioned before in chat, on October 4th, that's next Sunday, not this current Sunday, next Sunday, will be will be will be Master of Unlocking, which I'm still getting stuff in the mail that will hopefully figure out the topic for that episode. So when we announce the episode, we'll let you know what the topic is. I don't know what it's going to be now because I'm waiting for stuff to come in the mail. Someone asked, would you look at SGC9 prints? That would be funny because the juxtaposition between you explaining it wasn't on my radar. But even though I have, I literally came up with over 30 different episode topics that I can do, right now for Crypto Barons. As you can see, I already have at least 2 months in advance. I have way more than October in advance when I'm doing Crypto Barons. But I'm very adaptable, so I'm probably going to cover that eventually. Again, if you have cool ideas, you can go to the website defcon201.org and send us an email. I will actually mention the email on stream, which is info@defcon201.org. You can also find us on Twitter at defcon201nj, and find us on a bunch of social media, including Instagram and GitHub on just defcon201. So that's it for Crypto Barons. Stay tuned because tomorrow we might have a special stream that we are going to announce on Twitter and our blog that will only happen tomorrow night. Still debating about actually doing that or not, but we're going to figure some things out. Regardless, we're going to have we're going to have an announcement on Monday that begins all of our Halloween festivities, including a big one that's going to be for our meeting on October 16th. And we have our meeting on October 18th. It's going to be part Halloween, part Oktoberfest, part hackathon, part CTF. It's going to have a lot of cool speakers and activities, so I can't wait for that. Anyhow, this has been Sidpeockt, the person who talks about blockchain and cryptocurrency as technology on the show Crypto Barons. That is the end of our show. We're going to raid Woke now, and hello, TCCK. Why do you come in? Did you get any lemons? Because I literally distributed lemons, and I don't know if I can send it again. I'm going to try. We're going to try again. It won't let me. You came in at the wrong time, man. You need to get here a lot earlier to get the lemons, because if you haven't noticed, we have 1 billion lemons now. Like right now, I just put 60 in, but we have a lot more lemons that we can distribute out. So yeah, fortunately you're late, but you can watch this on our replay system on DLive and YouTube, and eventually other places like Internet Archive. And next time when you're here, get here early, man. We're going to be covering cryptocurrencies on the dark web. And I guarantee by the end, I'll actually do it twice if I can. At the end of the episode, I'm going to distribute all the lemons that we currently have. So enjoy that. And if I catch you streaming, I will send you lemons directly. Anyhow, that's our show here at Crypto Barons. I'm Sidpeockt. I'm one of the 2 co-founders of DEFCON201. You can find out more about us at defcon201.org or on social media such as Twitter at defcon201nj. I hope you're excited for October because we have a lot of stuff, including 2 amazing Halloween-themed episodes of Crypto Barons and a really kick-ass meeting on October 16th. Enjoy watching Woke on Twitch. Enjoy all the lemons that you got if you were on DLive and weren't late, Tzek. Yeah, I wasn't able to update our Mastodon. That's why you probably missed it. So, my apology then. But I will update it properly on October 10th, so don't worry. Anyhow, that's our show at Crypto Barons. We'll see you on all our future episodes, including my other show, Master of Unlocking, on October 4th, and possibly tomorrow on a unique live stream if we have it. Dirty Jersey represent, hack the planet, and I will see you next time, all of you blocks and hashes. Enjoy your night and stay safe, especially when trading crypto. Peace.